Okay. For everybody who's online, and for everybody in the room, let's just pause. I'm taking notes, you're gonna always start giving you. First and foremost, you may not touch the tables that are in the center, ours. If you need to leave the room, if you need to switch to the other side, you're welcome to go wherever you'd like to go. We ask that you go to the back of the room and around, not in the front. The area that Zach is showing you, that means not there. Period.
Thank you, Zach.
All right, please understand, this beautiful room, the mezzanine of One Center Street, operates very similar to spaces that are over by Grand Central. So if you are standing over there and whispering because you're having a private conversation, we can hear it over here. If we hear it, the owls hear it. So if you have a private conversation that you need to have, you need to literally step out of the room. Go upstairs or go downstairs, but being in this room will not prevent you from being overheard and broadcast on YouTube forever. Does everybody understand that? So what's your okay, so other housekeeping notes, we have the podium we're going to use for committee reports today. I have a hand raised mic, which we can use for the public to speak, or you can come to the podium. If you cannot walk to the podium, we will give you a mic. But what we're going to do for the public session is we're going to call you by name. I'm going to ask you to line up from the podium towards the lovely lady in the orange shirt over there, so we can cue everybody and be a little bit more efficient. Please note when you're done, walk that way and around the back. Do not come this way because there are wires behind us. Do not try and come in front because there are wires. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, fantastic. All right, let me ready online and then we can officially get started. Looks like we're almost ready to go online. We have a check for the audience. Ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Just can't.
Okay, we are ready to go. So welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us. It is 6:13 and today is Tuesday, January 23rd. This is the full board meeting of the Committee Board 1. Welcome for all those who are joining us. I'm Stanley Melzer, Chair, joined by Alice Blank, our Vice Chair, and Mimi Flynn, our Secretary. Right over here is Zach Palmer, who's our District Manager. Online, we have our Secretary, Colin Mahoney, and somewhere in the audience, we would have a treasurer. We do have people who have signed up to speak. So we will be calling names in order. If you are online, please raise your hand as we call your name so we can have you move over. Give me 1 second. The other thing, I also hear some cell phone ringing. If you don't mind putting your phones on silent or vibrating while you're in the noise, I appreciate this.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right, so if you're in the room, please raise your hand. We're gonna ask Jackie Wong, Carla Kamara, Patrick from State Street PTA. Again, if I recall your name, this is Adam Snosky. Sonatell,
Jackie.
I'm asking people to line up, so you'll be first, Sharon. Thank you so much. Charles Chewalka. Fantastic. If you are online, please raise your hand. When you call online, we're going to alternate who's in the room with who is online. Please note, you must say your name for the record, and my here, everyone gets 2 minutes, and Amy will be time out. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Wong, and I live in Southwest Charles. In one of the previous meetings, PHS staff said that there was no other shelter in CB1. This is untrue. 90 obviously is an overnight shelter that houses over 200 single men in the Chinatown town of CB1. I think they intentionally omit this information to push their agenda. I think PHS should address that. Secondly, regarding the contracting process, when is the official public hearing date and time for this proposal? Will the office official public hearing information be publicized in the calendar by the mayor's office of contract, like previous shelter proposals? If yes, the mayor's office of contract requires PHS to notify local newspaper, which local newspaper have been contacted. This information we need that. And thirdly, PHS is also is required for like a fair share report. Does CB1 intend to share that with just the leadership or also CB1 members? Because CB3 only share that does not share with all the CB members. Lastly, according to a report released by the Controller's Office, Chinatown has one of the highest percentages of shelters in Manhattan. In South Manhattan, CB1 encompasses part of Chinatown, and my question is for CB1 Chair Henry. In the last September, you attended the Chinatown Town Hall meeting organized by Manhattans. And the only thing you said was to more shelters, and the type you mentioned was a single man. I'm just confused with the clarify that. Please, thank you.
I'm happy to answer you. One, we have asked for help and services. We never asked for a shelter in Chinatown. CD1 has plenty of adult male shelters. We have a shelter opening at 105 Washington, which will serve adults as well. What we did ask for, and we are on record of saying, is we asked and advocated for a family shelter. Consistently, because it's what we don't have in all of Chris Martin's area. That is the line. The other thing is when you have a city agency that speaks, they don't look at the shelter that we've had for 40 years in Community Board 1 because it's not a city sponsored shelter. They don't look at that as exclusive to what the city services are. Because believe me, we share everything we get on this stuff and we've asked for all of this questions as well.
Thank you, Henry.
You're welcome. Next. Debbie?
What did that?
One of them needs to fall. So he's going
Who is in the room is what.
Okay, sorry. Okay, good evening. My name is Patrick Carpenter. I'm here to speak on behalf of Spruce PTA. The PTA president, John Hamrick, and here today. She's still, but on behalf of Spruce PTA, the PTA has been trying to reach out to DSS since November when we first got wind of the shelter. And despite what they said on Thursday's Water Life meeting, they have not been proactive and they did not reach out to PTA. This was an outgoing reach from the PTA, not a reversal. In fact, it's been difficult to reach and frankly have been evasive in trying to move in person. The meeting has finally been set for next week. All these meetings that are coming, the DSS is the only one that refuses to come in person to view the site from the perspective of the school and its proximity. The PTA, as a reminder, is a body that channels parents' concerns and brings them to the community for your knowledge. We held an emergency meeting the Friday before MLK weekend with Spruce families, and the first time the emergency meeting ever took place, And the overwhelming majority of the families who attended passed a resolution adopting the following position. We, the members of the Parent Teacher Association of Spruce Street School PS 397, are deeply concerned about the proposed to open a homeless shelter at 41 Beacon Street. While we all understand and empathize with the need for more homeless shelters in our city, we believe that this location is not suited and poses several potential risks, in particular to our school. The proposed location is directly across the street from our school, just across from the plaza. Every day, 450 children between the ages of 4 and 14 get dropped off less than 250 feet from the proposed site. Neighborhood walks and activities are an integral part of the elementary and middle school curriculum. It is common for middle school students to arrive and dismiss without a caregiver, go out to lunch, and are so frequently alone in public space. Their safety could be potentially compromised by the proposed shelter. Schools and plazas should be safe spaces where children can focus on their education without worry or distraction. Our school truly makes an active effort for diversity and integration, both when considering the teaching body and when considering the students and families attending. Later, our front door and plaza.
Your time is up.
I'll submit this for the record then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. To those who don't know me, I'm Alex student president of the Southbridge Towers Board. To those who are unfamiliar with Southbridge, we are over 3,000 residents with a large senior population and are mostly middle class and been in the financial district for years. We are deeply concerned about the shelter and the lack of answers that we've got and the potential of having 50 to 70 single men in the neighborhood with when it goes close during the day. I do appreciate that the community board has been constantly holding DSS, beating to the fire and trying to get answers to the questions so we know. We are deeply opposed to having a single net shelter next to a school, next to a hospital, next to a dorm, and next to our community right where we have a lot of seniors who spend their days outside. I hope that DSS will consider and, either relocating the shelter or finding things for family and kids, which as the board has mentioned, they've asked for. So in closing, we remain deeply concerned and hope we can get answers and this project is put on hold until there are answers to that.
Thank you. Next person, please remember to say your name nice and loud and slowly.
Hi, I'm Charles Chiwalko. I'm a resident of Southbridge Towers. Born and raised down here over 25 years. From, I'd say, 9th down. I come to you as an ex-board member of Southbridge Town Board of Directors and as someone who works in research and community design from Law Square. And I just don't feel that what has been done with the building owners and DSS has contributed enough to community engagement and to assuaging the fears of the public and the concerns that we have. And I think that until that we actually get responses and answers on matters, nothing should be signed, nothing can be signed until people's queries have been answered and resolved. I think I'll keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And see you all over the room. It's Louis Gross here. Melanie Schnurr. We have Carlo Calabro and online, participating with his transfer hand. Titus, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. I see you online as well. After that would be Dan. Sioka. Definitely know I want you back. I'm sorry. Please come and line up. Tiffany Winbush. Let's go ahead.
Hi, I'm Melanie Schnurr, downtown resident, over 15 years, and also a parent, 7-year-old. So my son attends school at Pine Street School, which is part of the Green Ivy School, has a campus 266 feet away from the proposed location of the Beekman shelter. And Pine Street's other campus was similarly distanced from 52 William Street when it opened. While I had concerns in 2021 when 52 William Street opened, I have an open mind. Unfortunately, the issues being raised right now, the neighborhood walks being impacted, the uncomfortable encounters of drop off, and a noticeable difference to the several lots area around the site and my son's school were realities. Why? I'll quote directly from the Coalition for the Homeless website. Studies show that the large majority of unsheltered homeless New Yorkers are people living with mental illness or other severe health problems. This shows that compared to homeless families, homeless single adults have higher rates of serious mental illness, addiction disorder, and other severe health problems. So when I heard again that there was a proposal to put 170 men in a shelter, less than 300 feet from our school, and an additional 450 plus students from Spruce Street, I shook my head. We have proof with William, 52 William Street, that the single shelter does impact the day-to-day operations for schools. Just like every idea is not a good idea, not every RFP response where the math works is a good site for a single women's shelter. While I appreciate the housing crisis we're in, I would ask that DSS and the city abandon the Beekman Street as a single women's shelter. Thank you.
My name is Dan Chopper. I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Spruce Street. This is my first time ever attending a TV board meeting because I think this issue is that important. And I think the engagement of the PTA and for families who have participated, how important parents and families consider this issue. I'm personally very pro shelters and people need a place to stay. And I think one of the reasons that people were so worried about this particular one is that there's been such a lack of transparency that when you have a lack of information, people naturally regress to their worst possible assumptions. And I think that might even be a disservice to this particular shelter. I think we've just been kind of kept in the dark and people get worried. And it's natural to do that, especially so with their children. And so I think that there's very little information with which people to make an informed decision. And that's worrying because then natural questions feel like, and I ask myself that every day. That's my episode.
Thank you, and we're gonna go with Titus, who is online. I sent you a request to unmute, Titus.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm so sorry, it's not working very well.
It is working just fine, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so I'm the general manager of the Beekman at Thompson Hotel. And regarding the homeless shelter slated to be built at 41 Beekman, on behalf of the Beekman Hotel, we would like to express our opposition to this project. From a safety and well-being perspective of our colleagues, guests, and patrons, we are extremely concerned with the potential opening of the shelter. We understand the need of the homeless shelter. However, this is not the right area to be built amongst residences, college campus, and hotels. Our business will be severely affected. If people do not feel safe and comfortable, it would represent a PR nightmare. From a tourism perspective, both hotels and restaurants were already capturing less business at lower rates than other neighborhoods in Midtown, Soho, West Village, and we're running lower occupancies. It will be harder for us to attract tourism. This shelter will be a disservice to the community and will put our members in potential harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Titus. And note
Thank
for
you.
people who's online, the chat is not part of our public record and is not recorded. If you have something to say, please raise your hand and it can be called on if you signed in. Loading your comments in the chat is loading it into Ethernet and it's not going to go. If you'd like to send an email with public comments for public record, you can send it to man and ANO1 And that's at nyc.cd.gov, or you can send it to our district manager.
My email, ZACEOMMER @cd.nyc.gov.
Okay, so let's continue on. Do I have anybody else who is here in the room on this topic? Who has signed in before 6 o'clock? Your name, sir?
Say,
Sorry, I didn't sign in with John Palomar, can't make it, and she asked me, I'm also on the board. So,
Chantel is not here to speak for Chantel. Please come forward and start your name.
Scott Hobart.
So forward, you are signed up, please come forward. There's a gentleman over here, I believe, with a hand up. Okay, so I'm gonna do a last call out, shout for Louis Gross, Charles Chalal, Tiffany Wingbush. Okay, thank you, and then we'll go on to the next, topic in public session. Yep.
Thanks, John. I've been John Leonard. I'm from Smith Street. And I consulted a document facility that spells out the requirements for a shelter. Consider we're given the project. This is a quote from the term sheet for long-term shelter contracts with nonprofit groups. And there are 6 criteria on the screen, the 6th of which is the criteria by which DSS has to consider the appropriateness of the project. Number 6 is project is designed to optimally serve shelter clients through all aspects of intake, stay, and departure. And then it also says, and is thoughtful and considerate of the neighborhood context. And I don't know what consideration was given at the initial assessment of this site, but everything that I've seen since then, including tenant quality, showed absolutely no indication of consideration. Thanks.
I'm gonna ask you if you wait one moment, sir, before you go next. No, not you. Thank you very much for your comment. If you don't mind just waiting 1 second, we are joined by our esteemed Manhattan Borough President, Mark Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, CB1. Great to see all of you. I go to boards all over the borough. I all of them. You guys have the best, so I can say that. I'm glad I got to hear so many of you speak about the concerns about the Beekman shelter. I'm going to call the DHS commissioner tomorrow to try to get some of you. I hope Jackie's still here. Well, okay, so you have my number. If you want to call me tomorrow, and then you can talk through some of the main questions you want answered, et cetera. So reach out tomorrow. Anyway, this is why I like coming to here at public session. I want to say this board, you did an amazing job on the city of Yes for economic development. It's a very big and complicated zoning text amendment, but no fewer than 18 proposals. This board did a lot of work on it. You had thoughtful things to say on every one. And I'm actually very proud that a little more last week we came together and as a borough, all 12 boards had important things to say on every one of the proposals. Not all of them were approved, that's okay, but we have good things to say on every one. So this is just kind of a ground rehearsal for what's coming next, which is the city of Yes for housing affordability, which is going to be even bigger. But I feel good about where we are with our community boards in the borough. So I don't know if you know this, but applications are open for community boards. This is game time, guys. So applications open until February 23rd, I believe. Please, if you're up, reapply, spread the word. You know, last year we had almost 1,000 applications and we love the interest here. So please, don't sit this one out. This is also budget application season. So, you know, in my office, we give out capital grants to cultural institutions and schools and parks, so much more. If you have an idea of a proposal, you have until February 22nd to submit it. So, please, we want your ideas. And the last thing, I want to say a word about a plan in my office published in December, which is very connected to some of what you're talking about. We put out a plan for dealing with the crisis of severe mental illness in the city. We have a broken mental health system, and you see it playing out practically on our streets and our subways. And so I spent much of the last year visiting hospital psych wards, going along with street outreach teams. I visited the state mental health facility on Rikers Island. And what I saw again and again and again is the programs that work are tiny compared to the need. And then you see it in hospital beds. You know that Manhattan's lost 500 inpatient psychiatric beds over the last decade or so, which is why it's very hard for people who need inpatient care to get admitted. If they do get admitted, they get pushed out before they're really stable because of the shortage of beds in Manhattan. And that's doubly true for long-term beds. The only long-term beds really in the whole public hospital system, which is, let's be honest, where most of this care is being provided, are at Bellevue, 30 beds. That's it. That's all we got. 30 beds in Bellevue for extended care. Wholly inadequate. So our plan called for that to be increased to 300. And we went to the state facility on Randall's Island. You know this. It's like a massive, blocky, very tall thing you see when you cross the Triborough Bridge. I think you know what I'm talking about. This is the state psychiatric hospital. Back in the 70s, where there were a lot of problems, and it had 4,000 people. Today, that's 400. And they're about to close some of the buildings, not that. And so I said in my plan, no, wait, don't knock those buildings down. There's some successful programs there for people whose problems are too severe for the emergency rooms in the hospitals to handle them. And there are people like that, and they're transferred there for a 90-day stay, and it's been incredibly effective. I'm going to stop there, but I would encourage you all to read the plans on the website. We call it Breaking the Cycle. I would love your input on this plan, CD1. There's a lot to it. And, maybe you see fit to pass resolutions related to some pieces of it. Anyway, longer discussion. Thank you for having me here. I will now pass it back to the public section. I don't know if you have questions or if that's appropriate. If so, and there are any, I'm happy to take one or two, but if you're short on time, that's good.
I will move for the record of Sharon for Borough President CB3, who has our full board tonight.
Yes.
Normally, all the elected speak during the business session. We do Q&A, so we will definitely do a limited Q&A because there's a lot of people. If you have a question, please raise your hand to be recognized with the line. Wendy.
Thank you so much for all your work on resiliency. That's we say it over and over and over again, we worry about that. I was wondering about your support for Plus Pool and the Gotham Park, which will tie into the eventual resiliency on the east side.
Strong supporter of both. That may be all you want to hear. But I attended the governor's announcement on the funding for the Plus Pool. This is really big. In fact, the biggest piece of it was not the funding, which is significant. I think there's 20 million on the table. They cut through all the regulatory red tape, which had been just an insurmountable obstacle. So is Pier 35 in this community board?
No.
But
The seaport underneath the Brooklyn Bridge is an ideal spot.
I'm going to tell them that. Okay. And I mean, Gotham Park, you need to know how much I love Gotham Park.
We have resolutions because we think that by being underneath the Brooklyn Bridge, will enliven 35, 36, and Gotham Park and provide.
You want to link it all together.
Perfect.
And you're going to do a resolution tonight on that?
Yeah.
We actually have done resolutions.
Oh, okay.
We have done them.
Okay. I'm on board. Good stuff.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So while we're working from the location, I need you to know if you're standing at that lovely podium, don't be shy, please be quite loud, because what we actually are going to do is turn off the mic on there, and we need to pick you up over here. So Zach's going to slide. Not everyone has the oratory skills of our borough president, so we're going to slide the podium a little bit closer to the mics in the middle of the room, and hope that is a better experience for the people who are aligned with us tonight. All right? Go ahead, welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Borough President. It's great that there is strategic thinking in this beloved city of ours. Unfortunately, my name's Scott Hobart. I'm talking on behalf of 145 Nassau Street, and also as a concerned parent of a child at Spruce Street. The example of the shelter, which I think most of us know about, I think is a great example of very much in contradiction to what we've just heard, a lack of any strategic thinking or thought. This is a facility that is being placed right in the middle of 500 school children daily that are vulnerable. Their concerns are some of the most vulnerable residents of the city, and they've not been taken into account whatsoever. When I first heard of the shelter, I came together with other concerned parents. We drafted a petition. We had 1,400 signatures in support of that petition within the first 3 days. We heard from DHS last week. Their answers were frankly pathetic and in no way satisfactory. We've gone from recognising that there's a need to seek more information, to go beyond that and to actually mount opposition. And we've done that through forming an entity and beginning to mobilise around that entity, engaging legal support, a range of other consultants. We've taken on a 10-year veteran of DHS to give us guidance as to how inappropriate this shelter was and how different the model for considering shelters is today from when he was in the administration. It's just the beginning of what we see as a very long battle, and one that really is worth all of us coming together to join in support on. The email address for the entity we've joined is friendsofbeekman@gmail.com. You'll be hearing more from us in the coming weeks. I really thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to one person online before the next person, if you don't mind. Carlo Calabro. Carlo, you're going to get a request to unmute yourself. Carlo, welcome. Your mic is open.
Thank you. I participated in the quality of life meeting last week, and we've been told several times by DSS that it was complicated to understand why the shelter needed to be a single man shelter. Like many other things that they stated, this is unfortunately fundamentally untrue. It's not complicated. It's tragically simple. 180 people are 180 beds. That's how DSS pays. So basically, they get to transfer to the NGO and therefore to the landlord more money. So here's the thing. We're not discussing about protecting vulnerable children or protecting the homeless as two different things. No. We're pitching one single incredibly wealthy real estate investor against the vulnerable. And the vulnerable are the children and the homeless. If you divide the square footage of that building by the number of people they want to cram in there, you get to conditions that would be borderline illegal for prisons. There is absolutely nothing in this shelter that is about helping the weak. It is about making a wealthy real estate investor even wealthier. And the ones that will pay the check for that are the vulnerable, the homeless, and the children. There is no one except the landlord that will get a good service out of this deal. And that is exactly why we should pause it and think. It is true that our community has homeless single men that need shelter. There's a reason they're in the street. They do not want to be in a shelter like that. There are new concepts of shelter where, as much as families, single men also get the infrastructure, and that's what we should have.
Thank you, Carlo. Sorry, your time is up. I do see some of the speakers who I've called before who are online. Maureen Silverman, if you would like to speak, you must raise your hand. Tiffany Winbush, if you would like to speak, you must raise your hand. And we're going to have Anthony. Sorry, I forgot the room. I apologize. Please come forward.
Hello, Nora Ostrovsky. I registered that initially with my name earlier.
Talk louder, please.
I will. So thank you very much for organizing this discussion. My name is Nora Ostrovsky. I'm on the board of directors of Southbridge Towers. I'll be brief. And I just want to kind of build a little bit on what previous speakers addressed, talking about lack of transparency. And like one of the things that, I would like to understand, for instance, as, there seems to be a lot of opposition in this room to this idea of a single man homeless shelter. I'm sure that there are probably similar discussions every time there is a homeless shelter proposed in a residential neighborhood. And what I think I would like to see some data, like how did they arrive at this particular decision? How many homeless shelters in New York City are within a couple hundred feet of a school? Like what are the criteria? How did this happen? That none of these community factors, were taken actually into account. So, I completely support the resolution of, requiring more transparency and more discussion before any contract is signed. And I just think we need to build the foundation of our objections on a little bit more data and a little bit less emotion, if I can say so, at this point without getting killed. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maureen Silverman. You're next.
Yes, yes. I ask everybody to call and write to Congressman Dan Goldman to call for an immediate ceasefire to stop the genocide in Gaza and to oppose U.S. weapons to Israel. And most people in the country, the polls are showing, want a ceasefire. We want U.S. weapons that are being used to kill people in refugee camps to stop. People are starving in Gaza. They are dying of diseases. They have no hospitals right now. Israel, with the facilitation of the U.S. government and Dan Goldman and our Congress, are destroying the Palestinian people. They let them live. And I call upon the community board, as some community boards have, to at least issue a statement saying you call for a ceasefire, stop the genocide, stop U.S. weapons being used to kill Palestinians. This has to stop. Most people want a ceasefire, and Dan Goldman, people have been going to his office every week. People have protested his office. He's not listening. How many, over 25,000 Palestinians have killed? A lot of them are babies. How many more people have to die? How many more people have to be starved? This is not acceptable. Call Dan Goldman, write to him. And I ask the community board to issue a statement. Everybody in this room needs to call and please write to Dan Goldman. This is not acceptable.
Thank you very much for your comments. Tiffany Wunderlich.
Hi.
Well,
I just wanted to take a moment to speak on behalf of the men's shelter that's currently being considered for Beekman Street. I'm not here to refute whether or not a men's shelter or shelter in general is needed. I think many of us can see that it is. But I do want to put it on record that the city did not do its due diligence, and it seems like they don't do that in many communities. They had an opportunity to really change lives by deciding to put a family shelter in its place. Everyone here who has a child in school in District 2 are very well aware of the number of other people outside of the district that go to great lengths to get their child a seat within District 2. Our Community Education Council for District 2 currently has a committee that is focused on students in temporary housing, students who attend District 2 schools, and they currently are in facilities that are not suitable or up to par. This would have been a great opportunity to relocate some of those families here, to relocate other families here, to relocate families who have frequently been going to educational institutions that are underfunded, under-resourced, to help those students get a leg up. So I just want to, put it on record by saying that the city did not even do a holistic approach to this particular shelter. They immediately took the suggestion of an owner versus seeing who would benefit the most by being, less than 10 steps away from a school within District 2 that is so frequently wanting to be attended by families and students. And so, as the city is considering where they are going to be putting their next shelter, whether it's in our immediate community or somewhere else in the city, I would really urge them to look at it holistically to decide who would be best in that particular area, in that particular community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Okay, we are now in this order. We're going to do Anthony Correa from City Valley SBS. And then Leah Greenberg, if they're here. Mark Nixley. Mark, did you send them all? Okay. And then Ryan, and then Jason Chen. Grab Jason Chen first. And that's great. Welcome, go ahead. Anthony, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, can you report? All right, so I'm a representative for the Commercial Lease Assistance Program, which is with the Small Business Service Department of New York. So this in particular is just a general announcement to our small business owners. As part of post-pandemic economic relief, they are providing basically small support services. There are a lot of low cost or even free programs to help small businesses maintain, get a that have legal issues, renegotiating their contracts, and just navigating in their particular districts, to either stay there or understand why they're not able to be there. So this is a free service. It's been in existence for a very long time, but they're pushing more for, small business owners to sign up just so they can get the assistance they need to stay afloat. sbs.connect.org. You can create a profile there and you can see all the services, certifications, and in this particular one, getting the consultation to navigate this whole arena. BKA.org, we work directly with them. Those are the lawyers that work with SBS for all the programs. So you can also find out more information straight from them on their website. And thank you very much for your time.
Excellent, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Chen. I'm the community liaison in the community liaison with the sanitation department. Tonight, I'm here to share some information with you, which is the new regulations for commercial waste rules. Starting March 1st this year, 2024, the commercial waste containerization is going to be in effect in for all business. Means that regardless if you recycle your business from a nail salon up to a restaurant, catering hall, or into the food processing center, they're all required to set their non-recyclable food-related trash in a container before they set out for pickup service. Recyclable items, they still allowed to set out in a clear plastic bag, as well as the papers and cardboard, they usually always to bottle it up, pack it in a clear plastic bag before set out for service. So this rule is going to be in effect in March 1st this year. So there's going to be 12-month grace period, means that businesses will be getting into that warning sometimes during the summertime. Our enforcement will go on. They might give you a warning for businesses if they're not in compliance with this new rules. Starting 25th of March, we're going to be fully in effect. The enforcement go on to issue some for those businesses who are not in compliance. So this new rule is going to be taken effect, and we already posted information on our website. And businesses who do not have the space to store their garbage can before they set out for collections, they can set the garbage can in front of the building, line up on the building line, 3 feet within the building line. So that is only option. If you have a storage and you have a separate area, that's perfect. If not, that in front of your business, that's the only space you can store your garbage can before the corrections. And the sit-down time again will be, 1 hour before your closing time on the end of the business day. And, more information you can look it up on our website. Thank you for all.
Thank you very much. If you can send us whatever information that you have, we'll distribute it electronically as well.
Sure, I will do that.
Thank you. Next. After this, I think this is our final speaker. If you have signed up and I have not called on you, please raise your hand and we'll double check.
Good evening. My name is Evan Van Leer Greenberg. If everyone can hear me, I'll keep it very, very brief. Last week, Chairperson Melton, we asked me to submit plans to 310 Canal Street, which showed that the new entrance for the landmarks facade was level with grade. I submitted them. I just hope they're acceptable before. That's it. Thank you.
Have they been approved by landmarks?
No, you asked for a landmarks permit number. I sent it to Mr. Bach.
But that was the permit that expired, correct?
New, brand new. A new LPC number was filed in December 2023.
21. Okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure you had it. You asked me to.
I know we did at the meeting. I'm not very solid, but we'll find it. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's Evan. And I think with that, we can turn online. With that, we are closing our public session at 6:58. We are opening up a public hearing on the city of Yes. We have had a sign up. Jill Goodtime, you're up.
Okay, good evening. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I wanted to comment that one aspect of this, the City of Yes economic plan, particularly the portion that would expand the nature of uses and home-based businesses and the number of people that can be part of it. I know the community board has certain modifications that they suggested, but I think my concern here is practical, and it's about affordability. I don't see how allowing this is not going to cause an increase in the already exorbitant rents we pay in this district, as well as exacerbate the lack of tenants in office space. And I'm going to give you a hypothetical. Okay. John Doe wants to open a real estate office. He's a broker. He wants to hire 4 real estate agents. Okay. It would cost him $10,000 a month to rent an office. All right. There's a nice building that previously the going rate for a 2-bedroom apartment, say, was $8,000. With this change, the landlord raises the rent to $12,000. John Doe says, this is a steal. I'll be able to pay my rent and my office space for basically what I would just pay for office space. I think that some of the possible results have not been thought through in a practical manner. And I think we need to think these through and address them with affordability in mind. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. I don't see any other hands in the room for the public hearing. Seeing none online for the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed at 7 p.m., which brings us to the business of the board. And if we would pull up the slides. Okay, we're going to do adoption of the 2023 minutes. Let's make sure we have quorum in the room. This is how we do it. So we're going to do roll call. Mimi? You doing a little more online? Please be patient. Okay, Emma Russo. Blank.
Blank, yes.
Brown Kennedy. Remember, if you are a board member and you are online, you must unmute yourself on your own to vote and your cameras have to be on. Brown Kennedy. Cameron. They can't see you.
I think you have to, like.
Vicky, can you hear?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right, let's go through again. Amoruso. Is that yes for the minutes? Thank you. Blank said yes. Brown Kennedy. Cameron.
Yes.
Cassell. Chang. Kudian is absent. Coleman.
Yes.
Thank you, Coleman. Corman.
Norman, yes.
Kucha.
Kucha, yes.
Francis. Sorry about that. Absent. Flores. Flynn. Forsberg. Friedman. Cronin. Galloway. Goldstein. Goldstein.
And he has a bad team. Well, I'm going to.
That's right, Goldstein absent. Sorry about that. Goodkind. Jim's first vote. All right. Meredith, James. James failed to check for attendance, but yes. Joyce. Oh, Grayson. Grayson.
Yes.
See, I'm off. I got one new person and I'm off. What do you mean? Joyce. We'll come back around. Jew. Kay is absent. Cannell.
Cannell, yes.
Propel.
Yes.
Lerner.
Yes.
Lewinson.
Lewinson, yes.
Lynn. Lyon.
Mahoney, yes. I think you said my name.
Yes. Meltzer, yes. Nixley. Moore.
Yes.
Tanja.
Yes.
Corey. Corey. Robinson.
Robinson, yes.
Rossi absent. Shear. Star. Sung, Jimmy.
Jimmy Sung, yes.
Sung, Vera.
Yes.
Thompson.
Thompson, yes.
Townley absent. You.
Yes.
Zelter.
Dalton, yes.
Awesome. Motion passes. Okay, let's see. Thank you very much. And again, I apologize. I really don't want to be yelling, but you got me here. Okay, so let's go to our electeds who are here. Thank you again to Mark Levine who attended. We'll start with Kevin. Are you here or online? Come on up, Kevin.
Very brief. Happy New Year, Tevin Williams, Congressman Bolton's office.
Tevin, you gotta
line up because you've got to get picked up by that.
Sure thing. Good evening, everyone. Tevin Williams from Congressman Dan Goldman's office, as Director of Community and External Affairs. This week is Gun Violence Survivors and Prevention Week. So we'll be doing a lot of messaging on that this week. So just this evening, we had a conversation with Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg about a lot of the programs and policies that are going on at the federal level right now. There'll be a couple other events that will be public this week, so please be tuned for that. In addition to that, in Congress, Congressman Dan Goldman has introduced the Federal Firearm Licensee Act, which will modernize and strengthen the federal requirements for anyone that does gun shows, gun shops, and websites. And also the Default to Proceed Sale Transparency Act, which would require the FBI to do a background check on anyone that purchases a gun. A bit of the new news, he has also introduced a resolution to censure Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. Some of her recent language has been that she believes that some of the January 6th people are hostages. So we felt like that was just not good language to use right now, given the gravity of the situation. So the congressman has introduced a resolution to censure her. And then finally, last but not least, I wanted to remind everyone casework-wise, if you need us for anything, we are in the office every day. Please fill out a privacy release form and let us know what agency we can help you with. Any sense of passports, housing, anything that is in our jurisdiction, we're happy to help you. Please reach out to us if you have any questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What was the hiccup with Greg?
Joel, if you have a question, you actually have to look at the speaker one. Sorry. You can come to the one that's right in the back over here where Justine is pointing, so just walk close enough that we can have you heard.
Okay, thank you. You said you had a little bit of problem with Adam Bradwell.
Our problem? Oh, no, we did a program tonight with him, with online fireside chat.
Okay,
It was great. Yeah, it just ended maybe 30, 40 minutes ago. It was really great. Good conversation with him and then the executive director of New Yorkers events done by us. So it was a good conversation. Thank you.
Next report.
Yes, it was recorded. We will send that out. It just stopped, like I said, 30, 40 minutes ago.
If you send us the link, you will share it in the newsletter.
Got it.
Anybody else have any questions for Kevin? Okay, Dan, Myers, you're next from Senator Kavanaugh on this. Andrew, please let us know, Andrew Chang, if you're able to add remarks to this. You're good. So then after that is Max from a council member's office, and after that will be Lupe Hernandez.
Hi, everybody. I'll keep it brief. My name is Dan Byers. I started working for Senator Kavanaugh in late November, so it's still super new. I have some legislative updates to give. One exciting one is that in late December, Governor Hochul signed Senator Kavanaugh's bill S-2980-C, which relates to rent regulations, tenant protection, and the application of the HSTPA, which was this big bill that he passed protecting tenants in 2019. It includes a fix to the Frankenstein loophole, where some landlords were trying to deregulate individual apartments by combining apartments or changing the footprint of the apartment. The bill also strengthens a tenant's ability to uncover and challenge illegal rent hikes and adjusts how a tenant's family member can inherit rent stimulus base. So I think that I'll pass on the rest of the updates that I had and just say that you can reach me at 212-298-5565. That's my phone number. It's my job to make sure that your voice is heard. I work with the board really closely on a number of different issues, spanning a variety of different topics, but also it's meaningful for me to hear from you so I can get your voice to the senator in the best way possible. So I think that should be.
Right, do we have any questions? We'll go Wendy and then Cody.
I just want to thank all the support that we've had for resiliency and reiterate again that tonight we have a resolution about Plus Pool, and we're interested in tying it into Gothic Park and the resiliency on the east side. And we think under the Brooklyn Bridge near the seaport is the perfect spot for the Plus Pool.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I think I thought a little bit of the last landmarks committee meeting, so I heard some of the info on that. So I would be sure.
And we have a resolution.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Cody.
Hi, I'm Cody. I'm working at BNCC here in Lower Manhattan.
Oh, wonderful.
And I do know BNCC partly. It seemed like pretty significant budget cuts over the last year that had inadequate funding for individual was. Senator John Liu and Assembly Member Zach Ron Momney, please have introduced legislation that would lift exemptions of property taxes that NYU and Columbia, they're both like two of the largest landowners in New York, but have property tax exemption. Totaling more than $300 million each year. And they proposed, they have legislative proposed that would channel those revenues, tax revenues to him. Have you heard anything about this at this point? Or?
Yeah, I personally know about this issue. I'm not sure what the senators, how much he knows about it, but I'd be happy to go by you and exchange information just so I can learn a bit more. I heard about it in my previous job when I was with the union. This was a big thing, so it's, I know about it. Would be happy to catch up more. Yeah. Any other questions? Again, my number is 212-298-5565. I would be happy to hear from now every day, so. Say that again. 212-298-5565. Cool, got it. Great, thank you, everybody.
Awesome. So, is next on, Councilmember Johnson, okay. Max, you can unmute yourself. Oh, I apologize, Max, before you go. I see Roy Maurice from Assemblymember Clip. Roy, do you have anything you need to add?
Yes, Tammy, thank you. Do you hear me? Hi, I apologize for not having my video. My video has problems linking for some reason. I'm putting the report also on the chat if that could be shared to the public. So, we're excited that this is a new session. So Deborah's going to be mostly in Albany for, the major half of the year, doing a lot of legislative work. And with that, also, in the final days of December, Governor Hochul signed 3 of her bills, namely the Birds and Bees Protection Act, the slaughter of horses, and the wildlife killing contests, which we were very excited about. There will be an environmental conservation hearing coming up in February 7th to take questions and hear about budget concerns from agencies and advocates and stakeholders around the state. Ms. Glick will be hosting that. We also wanted to remind the community of the public comments section for the MTA for the congestion pricing that is going through March 11th. So we encourage anyone who has comments to submit to that. That is also on the report, how to submit, the email to submit it to. We will be writing comments about that and testifying, I think, in person as well. So yeah, that's some of the reports that we have for tonight. Sorry I couldn't be there. I got sick with COVID last week, and I've been dealing with that. So I didn't want to put anybody in jeopardy.
Feel better. We're happy you're home. Thank you for joining us remotely.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Let's go to Max.
Hi, everyone. So I'll start with the big topic of the night, the proposed shelter at 4143 Beekman Street. As you know, some of you might be aware, the council member met with the commissioner of DSS last week, as well as other DHS representatives. He was also at the quality of life meeting last week. We're not impressed with the presentation and the information given to us by DHS. So currently the council member is opposed to the proposed shelter for a single men's shelter, is instead advocating for it to be a family shelter if it's going to be a shelter. And I can share, I have been in contact with the comptroller's office. They're working on getting the information on the contract so we can figure out if it's been signed, if it hasn't been signed, where that's at. And once we get more information on the shelter contract, we can share that with all of you. Also this morning, the council member had a press conference regarding what's called OTC cards. OTC cards, if you are a Medicare Advantage recipient, and you get a benefits card called an OTC card. You get a few $100s a month. And it's mainly for senior people with disabilities to buy like groceries. But a lot of supermarkets don't accept these cards. They don't have the right scanners for them. So you have people who end up having to travel into Brooklyn or Queens over an hour just so they can do their grocery shopping because they have these benefits cards that local shops aren't accepting. So we're trying to raise awareness for this. Reach out to every store. We sent over letters to I think around 50 stores this morning in our district that aren't accepting these, asking them to accept it. If you have an OTC card and you are facing this issue of a store you want to shop at doesn't accept them, please reach out to our office, and we'll likely have more information on this in the coming months. Next, we'll be having a rally tomorrow outside City Hall at 12 p.m., calling on the speaker to bring Infra 175 to a vote. This would end the 24-hour workday for home attendants. We'd love to see as many of you there as possible, and that's at 12 p.m. outside City Hall on Broadway. Piece of good news, as some of you may know, last year we got legislation passed that would qualify Mitchell Lama and former Mitchell Lama tenants for SCREE and DREE. HPD is finally starting to approve these applications. So if you applied, you should be hearing back now. And if you haven't heard anything back, you can also reach out to our office and we can figure out what's going on with your application. And then lastly, zoning for economic opportunity. Our office, we're continuing to work with community boards to understand the proposals and help put together, community board resolutions. And the council member also has his own list of comments and recommendations. And he's been sharing these with the council land use, the Department of City Planning, and was going to be continue meeting with them and the relevant stakeholders in the next few months as this plan kind of, advances. And then lastly, the City Planning Commission is having a public hearing on the zoning for economic opportunity tomorrow at 10 a.m. We encourage everyone to testify either in person at 120 Broadway or online by visiting its nyc.gov/engage, and that should have the attendance details. And then, yeah, with that, I will take any questions.
Excellent. Any hands? Anybody have any questions? No, you're in good shape, Max. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.
Lupe from the Catholic. Lupe. It looks like your headphones. Thank you. Lupe?
Can you hear me now?
I cannot hear you very soft. Please speak louder.
Okay, I will do my best. I guess the headphones are not working.
Yeah, your mic is not working either. I can barely hear you.
I will try on the phone.
That looks good. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me now? And my apologies for that.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I also am recovering from COVID and working from home, so my apologies for not being there in person, but wishing everyone Happy New Year. Our office, from the Public Advocate's Office, we celebrated Martin Luther King Jr., and we are gearing up an upcoming Black History Month. Want to update those that need COVID-19 updates to protect yourself and others from COVID-19. As you could see, it is spreading still. Our office is also prepping for the winter, so we are making constituents aware. As the temperatures are dropping, our office encourages tenants to know their rights when it comes to the heat season and learn to save on energy with Con Edison's cost-saving programs. Just a reminder, heat season, I could put in the chat, from October 1st to May 31st. Indoor temperatures must be at least 68 degrees during the day, when outdoor temperatures are below 55 and 62 at night. We are gearing up for the new session. The Public Advocate's Office passed 11 bills in the last session, including 2 bills that even Speaker Adams and our public office has been gearing up for a possible override of the veto. We are very happy to join Congressman Goldman's office in the gun awareness rotunda that we'll be participating with in this Thursday. And one last event that I'd like to put in the chat is a celebration of the Sikh community in New York on January 29th in the municipality building, 1 Center Street, in the same building you guys are in. I believe in the same mezzanine you guys are taking place. So want to be able to share that with you guys, and as well as some links to stay in touch with our office. Thank you.
Thanks so much. If you send whatever links you have to the office, to Lucy and to Zach, we'll get them out in our newsletter and go from there. So thank you very much. Next up, I don't have any other electives, I believe, online or in the room. If I've missed somebody, please speak up. It's a little weird being out of our zone. I did not do Jasper. Jasper here? Where is Jasper? Jasper. I didn't, can somebody promote Jasper, please?
Can you guys hear me?
Hey, Jasper.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me just turn on my video. Hello, everybody.
Hi, sorry we missed you.
It's all right. Yeah, I was hiding in the attendees. So I just a couple quick updates from Assemblymember Lee's office. As you guys heard, session has started again. So she is in Albany for the majority of the weeks. They are gearing up to work on this year's budget. So she is looking forward to seeing the proposals put forward, especially on her committees, housing, environmental conservation. And particularly, she is prioritizing 2 bills that she introduced last year. One of them concerning hate crimes and the way that they are treated in New York State law. This was called the Hate Crimes Modernization Act. We introduced it in this past fall with District Attorney Alvin Bragg, as well as Senator Brad Hoylman-Siegel. And we are pleased to see that the governor actually adopted this, or endorsed this legislation in her proposal for her budget proposal that she released a week and a half ago. So we actually expect to have a press conference with her in the district in support of this initiative within a week. So we're looking forward to putting that in the budget, as well as we are working on passing legislation we introduced last year called the Stop Hiding Hate Act, which is similarly deals with hate and the way it's propagated in New York, but looks towards social media platforms and places the onus on social media platform providers, Twitter, Instagram, and such, to moderate hateful content on their own platforms and to be transparent in the ways that they do that. So those are 2 of the large items on deck for this year for us. In the district, you guys, people within the district, households within the district should have received holiday mailers from our office, including a holiday card back in December, but also a legislative mailer that had details about all of the legislative work we did, Assemblymember Lee did in her first year in office last year. So hoping you guys look to your mailboxes for those. Let us know if you haven't received one. We can send one your way. And yeah, that is pretty much it for me. We are looking forward to Lunar New Year this year because it'll be the first Lunar New Year after we passed our Lunar New Year bill last year, making it a statewide public school holiday. So that is a cause for celebration, and stay tuned for events from our office to celebrate. That is all for me. Does anybody have any questions?
Anybody have any questions for Assemblymember Lee's office? Nope. Seeing no questions, we're just going to say thank you very much. See you next month and feel better. All righty, let's move on with our agenda. What's up on our board agenda next? Very treasurer's report. Well, nice and loud, and you can come stand by the podium. this to be very quick. We had a pretty uneventful quarter as these things go. Spent some phenomenal amounts on food and travel so that our staff can get home after these late night meetings and so that we can all eat when we're here till 11 o'clock. That's about it. Any questions?
Thank you for next week.
And thank you for getting dressed up for the occasion. I'm sure it was for us. All right, let's move on to Zach, District Manager's report.
Next slide. A few updates from things I've heard from the city I wanted to share. In the next slide, there's a new road project, the reconstruction of Trinity Place. It's starting on Edgar Street and coming north. And that is going to be right by PS 150. So people who have kids in that school be aware, and they will have flaggers from 7 to 3, and they have been put in touch with PS 150 are in communication, but feel free to reach out to us if there are any issues. Next slide. If you know any organizations that are looking to do open street application, the deadline to do it is the 31st of January if they're applying to have it before June 30th. And if they want to do it before July 1st, the deadline is March 1st. And that also applies for schools that are looking to do open streets next to their school. And you can get more information on the Open Streets website listed there. And OEM is Office of Emergency Management is doing Ready New York events. So if you have a group that is interested in virtual emergency preparedness, you can help your group organize and prepare for all types of emergencies, and OEM will come to you virtually and give you a presentation and help you with that. And finally, the state of the city is tomorrow. The mayor will give the state of the city at 12:30, and that's you can watch that on his YouTube channel. Thanks.
Okay, let's move along to the person's report. Next slide. Okay, next. It's been a busy month since we saw you in December, so thanks very much. Thankfully, January is a little slower than it normally is. It was so slow, in fact, that environmental protection was heard at the Battery Park City Committee, which Justine will do a small report on. But for anybody who is on the Environmental Protection Committee, your homework for this month was to watch the entire Battery Park City presentation on resiliency from the point of the volleyball courts in Battery Park City all the way south to South Cove. So a resolution will be done in environmental protection in February on those two sections. And all of the Battery Park City Committee will have a very busy month because they'll have two meetings that they should attend to. On the left is vacation bills. So nice to have sort of a time. And yes, I actually went on a roller coaster with us. We have company in the office. So if you show up to Community Board 1 and you see extra people there, they do not work for us. Please be mindful, please be careful, and please be patient. You cannot walk in and say, hey, great to see you, and start talking community board stuff because they work for Beta NYC. They have nothing to do with us, but they're out of their own offices due to construction for a temporary basis, and they're roommating with us. All righty. I went to the opening of Open Squash, which is at 100 Pearl Street on the 14th floor. It is an amazing way to recreate some of our commercial space, indoor squash courts. They are looking to connect to all the local schools in our neighborhood, and BMCC and all the local colleges. They have great programs, and really think everybody should go and see it. 14th floor. If you're walking by, our building is beautiful at night. And then it's also time to start cracking down on, this is a photo taken outside the Battery Park City Library at the bus stop. You can tell you can't get to actually the bus stop, nor could the handicapped person who was with me trying to get off the sidewalk to the bus when it stopped. So it's about time that we start reclaiming the streets again in 2024. So if you see somebody that's incorrectly parked, please file a 311 with a photo and do the best that we can. Next slide. I had a meeting with IBI. It is a really cool new program that's coming into the Oculus. Everyone will be invited when they're ready to open. It is the, oh gosh, that's right, the Institute of Black Imagination, and it's a nonprofit that's opening in the Oculus, and it should be super cool. Next slide. Borough-based jails, the gift that keeps on giving. Okay, we had a design forum in 2023. This is going to be what the city heard from the design guidelines workshop. It's a Zoom, so everybody can be home. I really need people to be involved. This is the largest mega jail that's built in the world in Chinatown. There's not enough things that we can say in Community Board 1 about how wrong this is. We've had a jail for years. We don't deny that we have a jail. Okay, rebuild the jail, but let's not make it mega. Let's try and serve the community and the community within as well as the community without. Please come, please speak up, and please attend. You can do it from your couch on a Tuesday. We have no other board meetings, just saying. Next slide. Green fast track for housing. Now, this is something that is a rule change. So it is not coming because of the timing of how it works to the community board. So we need everybody here. Again, it's at 10 o'clock in the morning. You need to be able to go and opine, read the information. We will not have the opportunity to do this at CB1. There were no public presentations other than the one that they're doing at the public meeting. And this is on Wednesday the 7th. So if you're done talking about the jail, then you can fast track for housing next. Next slide.
Is that virtual or in person?
Virtual. And thank you. That's my last slide. I thought it was. And I close my chair report. Let's get on with the committees. Pat.
Can you make this bigger or no?
Yeah, we can make the slides bigger.
That can't be, I can't see.
No problem.
The first time it's the first one. So, everybody heard, can you hear me?
Yes.
Everybody heard about the meeting that we had last Thursday. And we had a really full agenda. The first item on the agenda was about the homeless shelter, the proposed homeless shelter. I'm not gonna say much because you've heard in the public session and Tammy said what she had to say. And so if there are any questions about it, you can ask. We are hoping to get a meeting to continue the discussion. They have not signed the lease yet, so there is still time to discuss this. Let's see. Our council members working on it. We're requesting a meeting also. Let's see what happens. Just keep writing to your council member and, you know, write to the mayor. Tell them how you're not pleased about this. Yes.
Yeah, so I was at the meeting. I've listened to everyone's concerns for a couple months now. I'm yet to hear any real concrete objectives to this. The two themes that we've heard are that we want family shelter not for single men, and that it's near schools. On the first point, that's already been answered. DHS told us very clearly that they can't, that there are legal requirements for what a facility with children has to have. This doesn't have it. Adult single men are also the fast growing population of homeless people. They need services. On the second point, I mean, although there was a lot of obfuscation, people didn't really want to say what they mean. We're starting to peddle in a lot of really harmful and incorrect stereotypes when we talk about keeping kids safe from homeless people. I just don't think that we should be putting ourselves on the side of that. You know, at the end of the day, I think it's fine to ask questions. It's fine to call for transparency, but at a certain point, our questions have been answered. I haven't heard any real concerns here, legitimate concerns, and at a certain point, government has to be able to do this essential work that we all say we agree is essential, but we're putting up roadblocks to. You know, I just keep thinking how much better off our city would be, how much better off our world would be if instead of setting up groups and signing petitions and hiring lawyers, we just embrace this, we just got behind it. There's nothing requiring us to keep putting up these hurdles. This is a vulnerable population that desperately needs our help. No matter what location puts us out there, and people showing up and posting it. I think we should stop putting up roadblocks, get behind this. I'm going to vote against this. I hope people will join me.
Eric?
Yeah, I actually think that the city should not open any new shelters. This is a big business, this is big business. And it doesn't even offer long-term solutions for the homeless. Also, the city is on the cusp of a fiscal crisis. They reduced the funding agency-wide for all agencies by 5%. This is a growing cost. We're attracting people who aren't even New York State residents. I think the homeless shelters should be for people who are New York State residents first and veterans, and then as funding and as space is available, then we can accommodate. But if we can't even take care of ourselves in this city, how can we welcome to take care of other people already from New York State? So I'm answering Jessica's question that there are other reasons sometimes. So from my perspective, it's not that it shouldn't just be here. I think that this is a growing problem, and New York City can't handle the country's problems on its own.
Tammy?
So I'm going to agree with both of them in one way. One, Community Board 1 has lost all of our affordable housing, so it is nigh impossible to be able, there's no such thing as a starter home in this neighborhood. There's no way for somebody who is getting back on their feet. We don't know what this shelter is. I mean, this could be a shelter that is single men who are working and just lost their homes. And that's entirely possible. It is a problem in New York City that there's no such thing as rent to own anymore. There's no such thing as a way to have starter homes in any area of Lower Manhattan anymore. When I first moved here, there were people who were seamstresses and waiters and baristas who I worked with at the Windows on the World who lived in the neighborhood. That kind of affordability and ability to move up the ladder in your home and your safety does no longer exist. So I agree with Eric, we need to find a way to get people who can get into a home, find a home, and then be able to go from renter to home ownership. This is not that solution as far as we know. But to Jess's point, we do support shelters as a general rule to try and help people on the streets. We had a gentleman die in our neighborhood this month on Rector Park in Battery Park City. And it's unknown to me whether if the shelter at 105 Washington was open, maybe he would have gone there instead of freezing and dying on a park bench. There are lots of questions we don't know. What this resolution asks for is information that we haven't been given. Councilmember Marte looks at us as CB 1, 2, and 3. We are all his district. In his district, he only has single men's shelters. He was hoping for a family shelter and hoping for other opportunities. So I think the resolution is not a bad resolution. I think the resolution speaks very much to asking for information. Maybe this is a shelter that is designed for men who are actually already working and just need to get that one step to the next step to be able to get into permanent housing. We actually don't know. It would be great if we knew the information. That's what I'm hoping from this resolution that was done in committee. It's not about transparency to say no. It's about transparency to understand. And they are legally required by their own website and by the stuff that they have said to come and hold such a meeting. So it's really about getting it forth. We want people off the streets. If people live here, they're our neighbors. We need to have a place for them to go. There's never a perfect place, ever.
I mean, that's the issue, we need information and we haven't been given. Mariana and Justine and Susan.
I have been too, and I'm gonna come down somewhere in the middle. For me, it was an irony in Tevin of Gary Woman's office talking about their work with Dean Bragg on gun safety. I went to our meeting last week and we were turn on the news, and there had been another school shooting. And my first thought was, we are not seeking to protect children in what we do, not in this country, not in the state, not in the city, and now not in this community. And it has nothing to do
with the, people within the shelter or proposed shelter being, homeless. I provide, as part of, as a member of the board of directors for a youth nonprofit, I provide services to children, right? So when summer we send kids to camp, we would never send ninth graders with third graders. We just would not do it. It's not because we automatically have a sentiment that ninth graders are going to harm third graders. It's because we know that they can accidentally, that can be an issue. So to prevent an issue, we do some thinking in advance and we just don't mix that. And that's the kind of logic that should be applied here. You do not need a building full of men, whether they're paying, they're not paying, they've previously been housed or unhoused. Directly opposite where there are 4-year-old children, sometimes in New York City. It's just not wise. And it shouldn't have to take for somebody's child to be harmed. I mean, but it shouldn't have to take for that to happen to say, oh, maybe we should have rethought this. Maybe there should have been some planning that thought about children that incorporated them into what we were doing before this occurred. So,
Thank you. So, a slightly different perspective. Part of why I believe Councilman Marte and I know for myself, we're advocating for a family shelter there is because of the schools that are so rich and available, and it would be a benefit not only to the people who live here, but to the actual people who are being placed in the shelter. And I know it's not, you're not saying that's a problem. To me, it makes no sense that DHS or anybody is taking families and overlooking the opportunity in neighborhoods that are saying, please bring them here. We have good schools, we've got good infrastructure, we have the space, bring them in here. That's the purpose, that's where I'm coming from. And I'm looking not at the children in the neighborhood, I'm looking at the people we're bringing in. And whether they're migrants or whether they're homeless people from New York, I think it's the same thing to me. So that's a different perspective. And that's step one. And step two, though, Jess, what you said, you're right, every place does not want men, adult men. So it's everybody saying not here. But I think that there's a difference when you're looking at what is available in the space and what is a sensible use of that space. And to me, the sensible use is for children.
I'm sorry, Susan. Let me just preface that, or say behind that,
Oh, yeah.
this community never said we didn't want.
I know,
them in shelter.
that's fair.
We just said we didn't want it in
Fair.
that location.
Yeah,
We would welcome them in shelter.
but what location?
We filed a list of shelter locations of properties that we thought would be available with DHS in 2020. The list has been lost. We will follow up with them again.
So
I wanted to reiterate that, and I also wanted to say that one of the things that.
Louder, Susan.
One of the things I wanted to say, that this, their presentation, which I didn't attend, but I know from having read, they do not talk about the services they will provide and who the service provider is going to be. And everybody who knows that I have been on health housing, it's not secure. They did the proposal for it, but it doesn't say they're going to run it. Those are the issues that we have to always ask about. Who's going to run it, how it's going to be run. Men's shelters, women's shelters, or family shelters.
And just say, you did this work for how many years?
30.
So Susan is our expert, our go-to person.
I'm not
Brenda.
I just want to echo some of the things that Jess said, but also, like, I'm going to be voting yes for this resolution, because I do think we need more information. I think the presentation that we had was horrible, so we need more content. But I also think that we say some really dangerous things, because essentially what we're saying is, you're saying, yes, we want a men's shelter, but not in this location. And I do appreciate it, your office, but why are you saying no to this location? I also think it's something I'm having mind that if we go by what we've been saying for in the quality of life meeting and then tonight's meeting, Christopher Marte, our announcement, we're saying we don't want him to be across the street from a school because he's a single man. We're saying that he don't be across the street from a school because I'm a single man. So, actually, like, they talk about what we're saying, like, you know, we get it, for example, like, single men and adult men are not going to care for it. I think, you know, putting some of the worst things that we're thinking about aside, some of the same problems that we can have with single men, we can have with single women or children. They can have addiction issues. They can have mental health issues. I don't think the point of the person out here, but the public saying that God is near a hospital, you probably want is near a hospital. So I just think I want to, so again, support the resolution, but also support a single man shot.
Thanks. And it is right across the street from the hospital. I always call it downtown Cleveland because I think it's Cleveland, but it's actually New York Presbyterian. Cody?
I just one quick question, sort of thought, and the quick question is this: do we have statistics that show whether or not, you know, men's shelters, immediate area around men's shelters, spike from criminal behavior or?
Yeah, you can get that from the precincts that opened the shelter during COVID, but I don't think that it's necessarily a good benchmark because it was COVID. It's not like people have places to go or things to do.
Right.
But yeah, we can ask for that.
And the second thought is that perhaps there should, is a huge glut of vacant office space in Lower Manhattan. And perhaps, you know, these resources, in addition to finding shelter, could be, you know, a moment, perhaps, a lot of mortgage real estate mortgages becoming due in the next year or 2 years. And they're going to be dealt by banks, while there's properties. So, you know, perhaps start a visionary too, whereby we're talking about affordable housing, startup homes, and that sort of thing, and reimagining this community in some places where, you know, there are, you know, folks, you know, who are starting out, you know, to use this moment to.
I mean, I would love to say that.
To pass resolution, maybe this call.
Well, that's, come to our quality of life. Anyone else, anyone on the board? Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I think, you know, we have not just how some of the critical problem. I don't think it's an issue at all. Like, you know, from issue, like over the past few years, the city has more from the challenge. But the key is not right. So I think there people be if a statistic what focus everything and when we publish the number, they show what actually we done and achieved by building each other. And secondly, there are it's educated about homelessness, not just for financial reasons, there are other people with alcohol, even drug abuse, and regulation. But they need a movement which should get right instead of just putting on the shelter, throwing mud and walls. It's not a problem.
Well, we're not going to solve the issue. Cody, have one more. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe and then Cody had it. Sorry,
it's okay.
I can't see behind you. Yeah, I agree with Jess and Brendan on this. I will vote yes for this because we absolutely need to know more. I think that if us as a community board understood more about what makes people homeless, like what leads to houselessness, what leads, if we could understand more about these social issues, we'd be able to make better argument about this, because I don't think that we are making a very good argument about it. We can either feel better about this shelter, or we can feel more strong in the conviction that you're having. I share a wall with what I believe to be a single man's homeless shelter in Brooklyn. And I'm not, like, they don't linger outside, they like walk in and they are wanted. And then they are inside now. So it's not loud.
People, it's weird.
They're just people. Yeah. All right.
No.
Alice. Oh, I'm sorry, Alice.
I'm just gonna jump in here. But I have to say, I mean, we really, Helen and I agree with Jess, I have to say. And would like to call this to question with the understanding of their grace of God.
you know, this is something we all forget. And I think, you know, if ultimately we have to take the work and really think this through. I've heard this argument so many times, we have to run facilities that are half a block away from me. Everybody in the neighborhood is hysterical, and probably the safest quarter. So I don't know. I think you just have to kind of take a step back sometimes. So I'm going to support this resolution. Same idea of hopeful to find out questions that have to be answered 100%. And I've called this question, I don't know if I can do that.
And second?
No, she called the question, so I'm gonna ask. Unless it's something absolutely new that has not been said, this is our first committee and it's 7:51.
And I still have.
Yes, I don't think this has been said. I'm going to vote yes to this. I certainly appreciate the conversation and discussion. I think it's really important for all of us to recognize the heart that we have to have here and the considerations we have to take into account for the community. But one thing that hasn't been said is that we need to hold our agencies to account, and they need to be accountable to us in terms of how they approach these issues in the community. And in this particular case, they certainly have not done that. And at the very least, we need to send the message that this kind of approach to the community and the community board is not acceptable. And so I do not think this is a no to family shelter or possibly what may come there. Men's shelter, but I think we have to send this message. We have to, they have to behave differently.
Richard, is that Richard's way of saying you second the motion for the vote?
It certainly is.
So let's go. All right, so please do not make me do a roll call on this vote. That's all I'm gonna say. This, therefore be it resolved, are out there. So we're gonna vote by affirmation, which means we will assume everybody is a yes unless otherwise noted. If you are online, you must have your cameras on to vote. So that's Elizabeth, that's Laura, that's Colin. Thank you.
What is the date here?
Mr. Amoruso, we're in the middle of a vote. Can you wait a moment?
This is not.
No.
No.
No, the meeting minutes were.
4 minutes instead of the first. That is our new protocol.
All right.
Thank you. However, if you are not here for roll call with the voting of the minutes, you must announce your name. So we're going to assume everyone is a yes. Again, so do I hear any in opposition? And if you have a vote that is other than yes, you must call out your last name in your vote. Do we have any that are in opposition?
Mauricio said
So hold on, we're at opposition. So
anyone no?
Coleman voted no. Any other no's?
Eric.
You voted no. Are there abstaining, oppositions? Are there any abstentions? And Maruso, no, abstains. Lynn abstains. Okay, are there any recusals? No recusals. Motion passes.
Well, Tammy, it's Laura. I vote for it, but I wasn't here for the roll call. I'm sorry, I had a meeting for work.
Okay, so Star is now present and has voted in affirmation. Andrea Jew, are you in the room? She's not here. Okay, great. Everybody else online? Okay. All right, motion passes. By the way, if you now have a report time, your report time's been cut down to this for a minute.
Let's go. Flea Theater.
And who's timing today?
What does that mean? Your name? Flea Theater. We had residents, and two of them were on the board, who lived in close proximity to the Flea Theater. They were rehearsing outside on their patio. The noise was traveling up. They came to our meeting the second time. We negotiated with them. They now are aware of the issue. They're changing their time from the outside, and they'll be cognizant of the noise. We have an issue with it. Mitch will let us know. Right, Mitch? Okay, next thing, borough-based jail, you know, we do this every month. So I think Tammy already said there's a defined guidelines meeting, virtual February 5th. Other than that, we can look at the meeting online to see any of the details about the new construction. Water Street, the, project is on time at the moment. Case University, this is an issue that went back 3 months ago. It was parking, illegal parking on their campus. That's proposing to take away parking spots on Spruce Street, which they didn't do today. And what's going on with their construction project. If you want to hear about the construction project, go online and look at it. Any questions? Okay, I'm done. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Pat. Make us hit the buzzer on you. I love that. All right, next committee. Yep. Oh, you know what?
Committee to set up this office of the board. Help us get food, so please call one for the other of us and volunteer to help us. Thank you.
Thumbs up on the bagels.
Canal Street, Lakeview 386 Canal, Meanwhile Beach first. Do I have any questions? Okay, and seeing no questions, we're gonna do, and I'm gonna do them separately because it's all address based. 386 Canal, Meanwhile Beach, but a vote by acclamation. Do I have anybody who would like to call the question?
I'll second.
That's fantastic. Assuming a vote by acclamation, once again, do I hear any in opposition?
Grayson, no.
Grayson, no. Lerner, no. Amoruso? No. Okay, do I hear any other no's? Are there any, are there any abstentions?
Alice.
Alice Blank abstains.
Here.
Cher abstains. Minsley abstains. Seeing no other, Forsberg abstains. Seeing no other abstentions, are there any recusals? Okay, motion passes. Thank you so much. Again, if you are online, you must have your camera on. Please don't make me the bellwether and, yes, okay, thank you. All right, moving on to the next one, which is 88 Fulton Street. Do I have, Morton?
Yeah. I did want to be heard, this is the location of the corner.
Louder more.
And and just so you know, there's a typo on the resume. It's like.
Well, come closer because we can't hear you. What's the typo, Tammy?
There's a typo on the resume. When you look at the whereas, the first one.
Yeah.
It's Bud Nation seeking a license for 88 Fulton, and then in the third whereas, community board found no. So those are the two typos that are in this resolution without water.
All right, I did want to be heard on this application. This is at the location 88 Fulton, which is at the corner of Fulton and Gold Street. It was a former nail salon for many, many years. It's from in a on the first floor, ground floor of a residential building, 7 floors, approximately 120 apartments or more. Oh, street level, okay.
Actually, it has to be changed because this is not on ground floor, it's on mezzanine level.
Yeah, it's up several stairs to get into the location. Because the residential building is in close proximity, it may not be 500 feet, but it's in close proximity to the Spruce Street School, to the Peck Slip School, and other schools in that area. There are many and more young children living in the building. The building has had issues of people congregating at the ground level on the sidewalk
smoking marijuana illegally, buying and selling illegal cannabis. It's really not a great location for a cannabis dispensary, given the fact that children are continuously passing on the way to school, either towards Spruce Street or towards Peck Slip. And I think a lot of the parents in the building are opposed to it. There was not a lot of notice given. The notice was posted on the glass storefront of the former nail salon. It was not posted in the building or in the elevator or in the lobby on the Gold Street side of the building where the residential tenants enter. So I'm going to vote as a member of the board. I'm going to vote against this application. Thank you.
Okay. I want to also say, I'm going to say it as loud as I can, where it says, under the therefore be it resolved, Mariana Alfonso just said, upon the location will be ADA accessible, and what's missing is it is not now, and they do not have any ramps or ADA access. Same thing on the bathroom, and where the second one where it says at 16 Murray, it's 80 open mezzanine level. It is not ground floor, and it does not have accessibility. And those were things that they said that they would fix. Mariana, you have a comment and question?
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it is. However, I wanted to point out for anybody that wasn't there, being a resident of Gold Street and also very familiar with this building, in particular as a child, when I was a child, like Spa 88 was Excelsior Gym. My mom had a membership in the gym, we swimming there. I remember the building very, very well. I found it disingenuous that they put the public notices all up and down Fulton Street, but not in the residential area of the lobby, the building, residential building, the lobby, where this establishment is. It just seemed very intentional to avoid posting it where the residents would see it. So you have to be somebody who, as you're walking down Fulton Street, decides to stop at a lamppost and look at the sign.
Can I ask you, is that any different than an SLA posting outside?
Well, there is somewhat, because when there's SLA posting, there's usually one also where the establishment is going to open. And that's what's different here. That building has a glass door, so you can put it on the outside, that leads to a small vestibule. And then you go to another glass door that leads into the lobby. So they have certain opportunities to post one where the residents are staying. And I think that they intentionally wanted to do. However, like I said, I did vote yes in our disclosure.
Thank you, Mariama, Justine, Jared, and then Mark.
Questions about that?
Oh, who else?
Francis.
Sorry, Francis, I can't see you back there. Apologies, just come this way if you can. Take a seat this way.
Okay. Francis or me? Want to do Francis first?
We'll do Francis because she's hiding behind the podium.
I have two comments about the location of this establishment and also in terms of the postings, because when I close, and as I walked by, I saw the notice, it's a nice bright color. But I was struck by the fact of where it was. And if I didn't, maybe I just didn't walk up and read it, if I didn't see any other notices posted on any of the four corners right there. And it's also, 77 is right across the street. I don't know.
What's that?
70 Southbridge Power, 77 Fulton Street, it's right across the street from this location. So that's another place that should have been notified. And also, there's a park there that is constantly have people sitting there, and if you walk, every time I walk through there, people are sitting there either eating or smoking. So it's inconvenient to say, I'm sure that a lot of people will come out of the establishment and go right to that park and start and hang out.
Thank you. Justine?
Question, is this the place that had a list of signatures from residents in the different buildings? Or this is the one? So they came with a lot of signatures from a lot of people who lived in the neighborhood in support of their thing. This is the one. There were three entities that came. One had a lot of support and signatures.
Okay, thank
This
you.
one did in contravention to, I mean, they knew about it because they signed it.
Moving around the room, Brendan?
Because I think it is important to note that the attorney in that building, so they could be like, hey, next one, maybe then I know what 50 years.
Well, but, okay. Hopefully they know what you're signing.
4. Jared?
Yeah, that's what I said in the meeting. Yeah, I don't think that was kitchen, they're that, you know, put it in one of these stores, they're, installed with that. If you have an issue with them, that there are finite amount of licenses, available, that is state that is not acceptable, there are no plans to be acceptable. It's all encouraged them to find it for life, and, you know, give it to locations that are not, available at all.
We don't know yet if they are making it accessible though.
And if it's not accessible, it can't get
So
approved.
are you making a suggestion that we put in here an approve with steps that they have to make it ADA acceptable? Accessible. It's not- It already says that, so.
Yeah, right. If they don't make it ADA accessible,
We can also add a whereas that more clearly defines the fact that they have no accessibility and plans would have to be. made.
Yes, I think
that makes sense.
Okay.
We told them that they had to, not only, for the entrance to the building, but also an accessible bathroom.
Yes, and that says it here. That we can make it
We'll
clearer.
answer as that says, you know, currently there is no ADA accessible access
for that
to the entrance, which is up a flight upstairs.
Can I ask why you're doing that, Justine, I'm sorry, I missed this meeting, of the 3 people who were 3 entities that came to support this, at 88 Golden Street?
Oh, no, sorry, not 80. I just couldn't, I know, I was at the meeting. I know we had 3 different locations present, and one of them was very strongly, in their petition, they had a lot of signatures. And I just wanted to make sure it was this one, because I thought it was this one. And that's my point was, does that am I making sense in my English or no?
I just want to know if there's an entity that came, much like liquor license, it's always great to include what committee heard. If there were 100 people that showed up that were.
No,
It'd be nice to acknowledge it and know why. It doesn't sound like that was the case.
No, people didn't come in person.
Okay, both of you stop because we were going around the room. After Jared was Mr. Armando.
Four things.
Yeah.
Move three board members testimony. I think we should mention whereas it's required for posting. The testimony about the slowing how to start now in the park. Or on the park.
We're going to name the park, it's Delorean.
We can definitely, Mark, absolutely, we can name that's across from, it's a pop, correct?
Delorean Pond.
No.
Park.
I don't think, OSAM is not going to care if there are people who spoke outside, it's allowed by law. You can smoke outside a building, it's just, that's not relevant. The park is very relevant, what was the other thing you said? The posting, absolutely. Applicant did not post.
So my one thing is that we should work, delete that.
It's not the state. It's the state, it's the state.
And move that. And that we should, corrective, or the 591, and it would change, make on the table, and have time to come back and have them post the corrective. But I mean, people want to say.
Who seconded it? Minsley. All right, we'll take the vote to table. All right, if it's,
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
it's a vote to table it and to ask them to repost and come back.
Or they also, they also should be or they.
And with the plan for ADA compliance. Okay, this is a motion to table. We'll do it by affirmation. Are there Okay, are there any no's for a motion to table? Whoa, we're gonna roll call this. Okay, never mind, don't worry, we're good. Let's roll call this. This is a motion to table on 88 Bolton. Okay. Amoruso.
Yes.
Blank.
No.
Cameron.
No.
Cassell. Chang. Chapman. Cole.
Call no.
Coleman.
Wait, I couldn't change.
Chang was no.
Yes.
Oh, Chang was yes, I apologize. So sorry.
And then Chapman was.
Chapman was no, Cole was no. Coleman.
No.
Kucha.
No.
Curtis.
Unclear.
So you're abstaining?
No is, you're not accepting.
Richard, did I skip you?
Corman, you did skip Corman.
And are you motion to table?
Abstain.
Curtis abstained. Flores.
Abstain.
Flynn.
Oppose.
Forsberg.
Forsberg abstain.
Friedman. He is opposed to table. Froman.
Yes.
Wait, yes, the table?
No to table. Got it, Froman. Thank you. Galloway. Goodkind. Grayson.
No to table.
James. Cannell.
No.
Kopel.
Yes.
Lerner.
No.
Lewinson.
No. Lewinson, no.
Lyon.
No.
Meltzer, no. Ninsley. Moore. No. Kandaya. Corey. Robinson.
Robinson, no.
Shear. Star.
Oh.
Son Jimmy. Virason.
Yes.
Brendan Thompson. You.
Yes.
Zelter.
Zelter, no.
Motion to table fails. Okay, here we go. So now we're going to vote on the resolution.
Actually, quick.
Well, actually, I don't know if we're voting yet because I need somebody to call.
I second, as amended, yeah, as amended.
So, as,
On the wording, it's like all of them. Actually, ask what, but it said, that we recommend the applicant, should the bill recommend it be approved, provided that? It just says recommend the application.
we recommend the application. It's an application that we're approving. So we're recommending, yeah, it's fine. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so this is a motion to move forward with the application. And it's at 88 Fulton on the mezzanine, whereas we're noting there is no ADA accessibility and the client and applicant has said that they will come up with a plan to be able to make it ADA accessible, that does not block the sidewalk.
Right.
And then they currently go up the flight of stairs. They will have an ADA accessible bathroom, which again, is not currently able to do that. There is a park, the Lurie Square Park is directly across the street. And the applicant did not post the required notifications in the lobby of the residential building that it said is there, nor across the street. Okay, with those, right, I got all of the adjustments, Jared?
Well, it says so, but he said it's not mezzanine.
We will note that, yes.
It's supposed to be active.
It's there's not anything technically a street level, there's stairs. You either go up to mezzanine, or you go down to the base.
I go.
Yeah. All right, so with that note, we're going by affirmation. I'd really not like to do a roll call. This is to approve the application with the amendments that were made. You are a yes. Are there any no's? Okay. Well,
Okay, no, I think you'll be good.
okay, so let's start from the left. Amoruso is a no, correct?
No.
Minsley, no. Chang?
Hold on, I gotta read all.
All right, you got it. All right, we're gonna do this roll call. Sorry, not my fault. Okay, this is approval, so or denial. I'm just gonna call the roll call, tell me your vote.
If it's yes, we're approving the application.
Correct. Amoruso?
No.
Blank?
Stay.
Cameron?
Oh.
Cassell?
No.
Chang? Chapman?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Coleman? Yes. Foreman?
Norman abstain.
Kucha?
Kuchia, yes.
Curtis?
No.
Flores? Lynn?
Yes.
Forsberg? Braidman?
Yeah.
Froman? Galloway? Goodkind? Grayson?
Grayson, no.
James? Jenkins? Cannell?
No, yes.
Lerner?
Lerner, no.
Lewinson?
Lewinson, yes.
Bernard Lynn?
No.
Cody at Lyon?
Yes.
Meltzer, yes. Minsley? Moore?
Yes.
Pandaya? Not here. Korshakori? Robinson?
Robinson, yes.
Shearer? Star?
Star, no.
Son Jimmy?
So, no.
Virasan? Thompson?
Yeah.
You?
No.
Zelter?
Yes.
Motion fails. It's 16 in favor, 16 opposed, and 5 abstains.
Let's go as no's.
Susan?
So explain again. When we don't vote, when we vote no, what happens? Do they?
This is the vote of election. It goes as we have no opinion, which means there are no qualifications. Yep, there's,
That's like,
correct. So there's no hours that they're restricted. They could be up to 89, nothing.
they don't have to put it in. No.
They don't have to do ADA compliant. They can get to, because they can claim to the OCM that they are street level. So,
Yes.
Oh, well then can I change my vote?
yes, Laura, you can. What would you like to change your vote to?
To yes, so that they have the restrictions.
Right.
Okay, so
I'd like to as well.
Foreman changes to a yes. Star changes to a yes.
Cameron, yes.
And Cameron, yes.
That's for.
Hold on, slow down. Tell me when you're caught up. Right. And Forsberg says yes. And Goodkind, yes. Motion passes 20 to 17. Okay, motion passes. 310 Canal Street. 310 Canal Street is an interesting store. It is a true building to L'Esplanade. So when you are looking at the resolution and you see that there are comments, see, you don't have the right one in the packet.
This is the wrong one on
You
me.
did. 310 Canal had, hold on, let me look at the resolution. That's right.
I think we,
Changes were definitely made.
I'd like to make a statement on this one, just while
Yeah, hold on, before you get there, let's get the right information out.
while you're trying to find it. So this is a floor through and 75-foot long building. This is unusual in that this is not an application, I'm understanding it. One store, ultimately it's two stores. It's one very long store with two entries. That means two storefronts will happen as a result of this. So it's both on Lisbonard, 57 Lisbonard, 53 Lisbonard, which is part of this application, as well as 310 Canal.
You have to look at page 2, it is
All
on
right.
there.
If I may, Alice?
Let me just finish one of
Finish,
them, and jump in. So I just want to make sure that as important as we look at these things, we commit when we are asking the applicants, when we have a long building, that is the loft in this case, we have many of them, and there are two entries, that there is a bona fide commitment and understanding that somehow or other we are approving too, because you would say that they won't open Lisbonard Street, but what does that offer Lisbonard Street? A dead storefront, which is nothing in it, or eventually they open it because legally they can, and it's a floor-through store of the cannabis. So just when we vote on these things that are floor-throughs, we understand it, and they must, and I want this as an amendment, it's without any.
Did you read the back?
No, I haven't, but.
Read the back of it. Well,
We did it.
We did it. We spent a long time talking about that.
To that. In other words.
It does. He did.
He did.
It does, and he did. By law. Hold on, stop.
Okay.
If you're looking at the application, please look at the important parts that are on the back of which is on 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Okay, so I'd like to look at the amendment here, it includes 53 West Hart Street on the gray, on the reference, so we know that it's both of the gray.
That's fine, we're happy to have that, but take a look at the back.
If I could just say, we spent a long time.
All right, stop. So Alice would like, after all this, because it's on the back, to add the ray in the front. And we will tell the applicant the same thing, that they need to make sure that they note on their application. And the applicant is here. Sir, please stand. You get recognized, you don't get to ask a lot of questions. You can answer them.
That's the only reason I raised my hand. If anyone does have any questions.
When you do your application, we need you to note that it is a through store and that the address on Lisbonard, and it needs to be, as we discussed in committee, perfectly clear, as points 7 through 11 note, that Lisbonard will not be a main store entrance. We've seen the floor plan, we understand, but you need to actually spell it out. Is that acceptable?
Without a question, and we stand by our comments from last week, we don't intend to use the means of ingress and egress on Lisbonard Street at all for any occupant to come and enter the store whatsoever. Yes.
Thank you.
So could you answer, what is it that the residents along Lisbonard Street, the public are going to see on Lisbonard Street? What is that? Is it a storefront showing that you can't enter the store?
No, ma'am, it's just a fire door and a window, and subsequent to last week's meeting, I supplied the district manager with the actual storefront plans.
Yeah, I see.
And those storefront plans, specifically on page 19 of the storefront plans, shows a Lisbonard facade to be approved by Landmarks and the 310 Canal facade to be approved by Landmarks. And the only thing that's in the back is a window and a fire door. There is no actual public means of ingress to come into the store on Lisbonard Street.
Thank you, sir. Vera?
You have delivered advice that are, so what are you going to do with the product?
So I believe that my client had explained that the only people that will come in and out of the rear door will in fact be the delivery people. That
His delivery people who are taking deliveries out of the store, all commercial deliveries for supplies and everything else.
On Canal.
In and out of Canal Street.
But what he said was that nobody was gonna use that door, he was only gonna keep the bikes back there.
That's
but they
exactly
weren't
The employees have to be able to get to the bicycles. They're not going out canal and looping the block.
Yeah, they're gonna go out with the bikes and the bike.
He said they were going out the back to get on the bike to do delivery.
Are you using the city bikes that you're standing in front of them?
No, not at all. And to be fair, I brought 2 of my 3 members of this LLC. It's a family. And we only wrote down in the application that there was going to be the use of a single delivery bike on behalf of the business. And that's only tentative. We don't have any, we would like to set up our store and start retail sales. Our objective is not delivery at this point.
So where do the bikes are in the store, you mean? Your bikes are stored inside the store?
And during the evening, one bike, if you look at our application, it's a single delivery bike that we requested. And it will be held inside the store. And that's it.
Okay, Vera.
He said singles, and you said one and two.
I couldn't remember, so I'll take off the 2, thank you. All right, any other questions from Vera? Does anybody want to call the question? Thank you, sir, please sit down.
Call the question.
Second. Call, second, we're gonna vote by affirmation, please don't make you regret this. Okay, are there any opposed? Okay, blank opposed.
Grayson opposed.
You will
Tell me if you're ready. Right. Are there any other opposition? Are there any abstentions? Forsberg abstains. Minsley abstains. Vera abstains. Are there any recusals? None. Thank you. Motion passes. Next committee. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming tonight. Thank you, everybody. I will recognize that we have 2 of our folks here from Department of City Planning. They are not here to present. They are here to help mediate any kind of information that is yet to have come forth from the bulk that you have all been emailed and hopefully watched, read, and flipped through. And with that, Patrick, take it away.
All right, can you guys hear me, or do I need the mic? Good? All right, I'm actually gonna take, first up will be 25 Water Street, which is an arcade infill under the 2016 Water Street zoning text amendment. 25 Water Street is a commercial to residential conversion. It's one of the largest in the country, so they built the former Ford New York Plaza. At the street level of building, the applicant is looking to infill approximately 3,754 square feet of the arcade space to be used as future retail, as well as make improvements to the plaza to 7,573 square foot privately owned public space plaza that's around the building, both Water Street and Broad Street. And the third piece of the application, which is actually a second resolution, is for share certification from the City Planning Commission for an open air cafe to be used at the corner of Broad Street, very near to Water Street. Hope you all had a chance to review the resolution. We talked through a number of the plans and specifics in terms of the seating, that sort of stuff with the applicant. But generally, the committee felt pretty good about the application with some modifications.
I'm gonna hold on.
So
hold on. We have a board member who joined online, I believe, Megan Brown Kennedy. If you are here online, you need to be accounted for. Please unmute. Megan, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. So you, when did you arrive? And you said you were trying to vote at the last one?
I was trying to abstain in the last one because I got here and didn't know what was happening.
So Megan Brown Kennedy is currently here and she's in abstention for the last vote, which was 310 Canal 53 listed on. Thank you, and you're here noted for the record. Keep going.
okay, You'll notice in the two resolutions for 25 Water Street, everyone felt pretty good about the arcade infill with some conditions and plaza improvements. And those conditions are on page 3 of the application, or of the resolution. And that's really, the first one tracks our requests during the Water Street zoning text amendment that the lost public space be a retail space, which really enhances the community, primarily benefit just the building. We also wanted to see a true public restroom that can be usable by the general public. We wanted to see some additional landscaping and robust greening around the plaza improvements. And that the applicant includes some additional wayfinding signage. So we're gonna have to take these two resolutions, I suspect, separately, because as you'll see, the resolution for the open air cafe was a little bit closer. And although it did pass with 6 to 5, I think, for approval by the committee. So take questions on either resolution at this point, and then we can hopefully at least do each other.
There's always first in the back.
So this has been previously covered, have to be taken offline, but were there any discussion at all about this property being
Yeah, for sure that came up. And that was 100% market rate. Richard repeatedly made the point that Michael Kramer did too, that it would be nice to see some affordable housing here. Means that really something we can get as a give back all the benefits being lost. So it's really an as of right conversion. So the answer is effectively no. But we noted in the resolution that that's an unfortunate situation. Yeah.
Why?
Okay, yeah, so fair enough. So for those who may remember the 2016 Water Street zoning text amendment, it passed fairly. It was a little bit fairly controversial. And I know some members of the board who remain today more or less regret that zoning text amendment has gone through. But look, that's the rules. So the loss of public space and the infilling the arcade is something that's allowed under the zoning by chair certification. So there is input from the community board. What we were able to build into that process was input in the community board on what kinds of retail would go into there. But there's no sort of block, if you will, in terms of the infill space.
It's a very good question. I think that's really the crux of it. I've been home after this meeting and actually practically been asleep because really fundamentally you're saying it's okay to take away the public space and it's still into retail. And, you know, a vote against this would be a vote against that text amendment. And it is something that.
Alice, can you speak up?
Oh, and it is something that this board should reconsider. You know, text amendments are not forever. And so we could rethink this, but it is as of right. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to do. One of the things that you really want to think about when you're looking at these POPs modifications is the consideration of what is the advantage that we're gaining here. And you are gaining some sort of a store. I think Patrick worded this beautifully, to attempt to make the store something that's for the public, not just for the building's 1,300 residents, all market rate luxury probably, as we know. You know, so there's a question as to whether that's really what we want to see there, but ultimately there's going to be retail there. The other thing just to keep in mind about the plaza, so that's the arcade part of it, is with the plaza, just keep in mind that what's really happening here is the plaza is turning into an entry for the building. It is essentially, most of it is taken over by one side cars, which always existed to get to the garage underground, and also very large now entry sequence for the people and residents who live there. So there's very little gain for the public, and that might have been one of the questions, including myself, with the certification of the cafe and the small amount of space. The only other thing I want to add is something that came up that has not yet been clarified, and we've asked ECP to do this for us, is there is a discrepancy in the square footage of both the arcade and the plaza from what the original plans indicate and what the actual POPs DCP website says and what is being identify here in this document. You know, I accept that, and I spoke to it about it with Patrick, but I would really like that you clarify why there is a 6 square foot difference in the plaza scale and an 808 square foot difference in the arcade. So we count on you for that. Yeah.
Hold on a sec, before you go there. Alice made a suggestion, which I think needs to be added to the resolution, because we are not clarifying. We would have to put it in writing to have DCE clarify, and the applicant has come back to us and said they had no idea.
I think to be fair, I studied those communications are not as close, I'm sure, as Alice did, but I think the applicant's position is, hey, the information that is on, that's officially with the government is what we use. That's what we're entitled to use. And if there's a website that's run by, I think it's the Municipal Art Society that has different calculation, then I don't know where they get their information, but we're using what the government has. If I'm paraphrasing that in some substance. But I think what we could do in the resolution is to identify their question we raised, and I think we choose by either from the amendment, but that a question has been raised as to whether there is a discrepancy, and that community board was also asked the Department of City Planning to clarify.
Yes, thank you.
Right on.
Thank you, yes.
Great. Jared?
It's also a question. If our rule is then for the serving extension of the public opinion, there's no discern or public benefit. Public benefit. Why would we?
Our role is to review the applications that come in and whether they're within the scope or not. We may not like the law, but the applicant is well within the law. Alice's point about taking time to visit the text amendment is fine. But I don't think you, unless you're going to start denying every single application on the basis they just don't think they should be able to infill arcades. I think that's really not fair. Personally, I don't think that's very fair to the applicants when they're working within what the framework city rules are. And I think that would need to be in a separate resolution, not here.
I think it's a topic that we can take up in land use, because there's been enough discussion on what has happened with the intent of the Water Street text amendment was, and what has happened as a result of it. Or perhaps there could be adjustments in the text amendment itself. We may not be able to overturn the whole thing, but we certainly can bring it back for discussion and make a proposal, which I think should be on a future land use.
Yeah, and that's something that I think certainly land use committee would be willing to talk about. I mean, we learned a couple of years ago, like one thing we couldn't possibly tell us about it, but the 200 Water Street
It wasn't
residential
spirit of the law, but it is. Yeah.
It was quite surprising to us. So there are components of it that could be probably revisited in a broader resolution.
So number one, yes, I love that, to revisit text amendment, but just, if we vote no to this, this looks like an approval with conditions. What haven't, say no, we're not going to comment at all.
Okay, then we have no comment, and the applicant goes to the city planning commission with
So even if.
No suggestion of how it might improve or get something.
And here we are giving some suggestions, and here, in the therefore be it resolved, we are giving some suggestions and some guidance as to what we'd like to see.
That's the point of the modification.
So
to Jared's point and to Alice's point, is there a way, I'm asking, put in the resolution that says, although these are stipulations, and if we pass it here today, please let it be known that this text amendment and this is unacceptable for this community.
Somebody wants to propose an amendment and the board votes, I'm sure you can put whatever it wants.
I would second that proposal.
I don't think that's the sense of what the committee discussed at our meeting, so I wouldn't just put that in as a friendly.
Before we come back to Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I actually kind of place
the main test. I worked along Water Street for decades when those arcades were untouchable and they were hideous. And not by that space, maybe in theory, that space was open to the public. Yes, the public control. They were extremely attractive spaces by the most. And wanted to debate whether the store would be own revenue to very percent unattractive avenue. But I certainly I wouldn't vote yes on a resolution that said the community board hates that technical. So hence stuff like that.
So that would
I
be-
that technical resolution, maybe there's some way to.
Yeah.
But those old arguments, my personal, were terrible. Maybe we could be made better now. So.
And I don't put my thumbs together, but I wanted to avoid getting notion of what you like or dislike the Water Street Zone text amendment as a whole, particularly given the amount of work we have.
That's.
We do that at the committee meeting, but.
Fair enough.
Anybody else have anything before we come back to Alice?
I just think that as we look at these, and I regret not having done more of this at the meeting, and I think we brought up this for compensating amenity. What are we getting? You're giving up thousands of square feet of public places supposed to be ours, and what are we getting? And we're getting this retail store, we're getting 1,300 units of luxury housing, which will probably be stored for the residents, and we're getting an entryway for the residents. So, but, on the other hand, I'm just pointing out, you vote against it, you have no say in what some of this should be. But I guess what I'm trying to say is going forward, when these applications come before us, we should be quite specific as to what we really want to see in terms of the number of trees, the number of, whatever certain things that we're entitled to. And I don't know that we necessarily did enough of that in this one, but I think it's approaching a better place than it might have been. But anyway, let's just work going forward to be really, really, and I call them watch.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And I second it.
Both, we're gonna take the 225 waters together. If you have an opinion on one of them, raise your hand, we'll get back to you, and you have to say which one you're about to say yes on.
Explain the difference. I mean, the plaza being that it's for cafe certificate.
Linear Cafe is a separate resolution specifically because of the closeness of the vote, the committee wanted to separate that out.
Well, no,
Information. If we vote no on the cafe, what's the result of that?
All right, so it would be the same as if you voted no on the other resolutions, which is that we have no opinion. Keep in mind, this isn't going to the City Planning Commission, for all the commissioners I vote. This is for each year's certification. So it's really just a kind of a formality, but it's not voted on the entire.
But but wait a minute, maybe Farmers City Lake, if the Farmers City Planning knows that the entire community were against a cafe at a particular location, as the case for many in 200 Water Street, that wouldn't enter in, that is it's a voting against the application for a cafe in the plaza. It's not having an opinion of.
This is.
We have a positive resolution, and I took Richard's question to mean if the resolution is shot down, what are we left? You're left with no opinion.
And what are our options now? That's the question.
I see there's not much.
To vote on this one.
Yes.
To move.
Yeah, the question, stop, point of order done. The question was called, the question was seconded, we have a way to move forward. Hands down unless you're voting. Perfect, I love you, thank you for having your hand up that way. Okay, so everybody in affirmation, if you have a different vote for any reason, raise your hand. If you are opposed, vote together, or you have a different vote, raise your hand, please. Mr. Forsberg.
And opposed, yeah.
And approve the other. Mr. Shearer, be more. Okay, gotcha. Mr. Amoruso,
Can you just say which one?
which one, are you opposed on the cafe or the arcade info?
The first one's the cafe.
The first resolution is the open air cafe, so you're opposed to the cafe, and you are yes for the pub.
Okay, that's
That's the cafe. Gotcha. Mr. Corman
Staying on the cafe.
abstains on the cafe, yes on the other, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Blank,
Are we voting on both now? I'm sorry.
correct.
And I'm going to be able to sleep at night, abstaining on both.
Mr. Lerner,
Oppose the first one, the cafe, in favor of the second.
okay. Vera,
Close to the first, okay, on the second.
so you are opposed to the open air cafe, yes to the second. Any other hands up? Are there any abstentions, straight through double abstention? Other than Alice? Okay, hearing and seeing none, are there any recusals? Hearing and seeing none, motion passes. Thank you.
All right, that's certainly not least. So we had almost 4-hour land use meeting, which is pretty unusual for land use. Mostly talking about the City of Yes zoning for economic opportunity, zoning text amendment. Just a quick reorientation. This is the second of 3 proposals in the mayor's City of Yes initiative. The first was the carbon neutrality zoning text amendment, which I think was passed by the city council last fall. We commented on it late last summer or so. And it's very important to know in this context as well, that the next application, next piece of the City of Yes initiative will be zoning for housing opportunities. So when you think about questions of affordable housing, things we covered tonight, which I know some of you expressed to me individually on this zoning text amendment, just keep in mind, there is a large, probably larger and more vast than this zoning text amendment that's coming our way later this spring. So that, I think, certifies like April, May, something like that. We'll be dealing with it before we head out on the summer break, I would suspect. So zoning for economic opportunity. I am not going to even try to explain the whole thing. There were 18 separate proposals. I am thankful to each of you for reading my email that Zach sent out over Friday. And a few of you did come up to me and share with me that you actually listened to the 4-hour video and read through all the materials and did all the homework. So thank you for that. I think the way we should do this is to take questions, just factual questions on the zoning text amendment first. Then, because I know there are going to be some questions whether people want to propose amendments. That's fine, but we're going to take the amendments one by one as we go. But first, before we even get to amendments or changes, just any questions, any factual questions, and we do have our friends in the city planning who can help me out because there's no chance I intend to do zoning. Yes, Jill.
Yeah, so, number one, that's a question, is this, part-time, livings also affects historic districts?
Yes.
In listening to the video, I didn't hear any discussion of historic districts. Are our historic districts at all affected?
Yes.
Second factual question, how?
Today, historic districts.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone. Introduce yourself again.
Malcolm Skevitz, city planning. I've had the opportunity to spend many hours with the land use committee, and thank you all for your time viewing this. I know it's a lot. So to your question, today zoning districts that have a historic district, they have a 2-year reactivation time limit on the non-conforming fronts. This would remove that reactivation time limit within historic districts.
Third factual question. My understanding from listening to the videotape is that these empty spaces in the historic district, if we vote no to this, could be repurposed as residential, and that would create more housing.
That is inaccurate.
Okay.
So regardless of what the zoning says today, this is not forcing a reactivation from one thing to another. So today, that storefront space could potentially go to residential. Even if this goes through, it could still go to residential. So we're not precluding that sort of conversion, but this provides the flexibility for that space to go to commercial, even if that 2-year timeline passes.
Okay. Factual question, I think.
Mhm.
Can you explain why George, whatever?
Sure.
George.
George changed our language, so.
Seemed to think that this would be a negative impact on housing. If you're saying it's a contagion.
We respectfully disagree with George on his perspective on this, because nothing in the zoning was, number one. So this is what we call discontinuance, it's section 52-61 of the zoning. Nothing in the zoning today precludes those spaces from converting to residential. The fact that they have not suggests that there's something, usually the financial feasibility of that conversion, that is preventing them. Oftentimes, these spaces are fit out for a particular kind of commercial use. To be able to convert that same space to residential is oftentimes cost prohibitive. So the zoning does not prevent that conversion today. And the suggestion that by allowing that space to remain as commercial somehow prevents that conversion is just not.
Okay, so the consultant was incorrect.
I think George and us have a different perspective.
George gave us his advice, and we went through his advice on each and every one of the 18 proposals. Sometimes we agreed with him, sometimes we didn't. Sometimes we debated it back and forth and had further discussion clarification in the city.
Is it a factual question that other boards do feel that this could impact?
I don't know, I haven't read any of this resolution, but yeah, I don't want to cut you off, but I'd see other hands.
Very
Thank you all for.
Yeah.
Here, here.
To that point, I and others for the years, I haven't had to deal with that. I don't have this part too. And then the thing is, done that, I think in general public that, when this being forward.
Sure. So again, thanks to everyone who's engaged with us in this process, because it's as many hours as we've spent, and this is our day job from all the volunteers. And I just want to recognize the amount of time and effort that's gone into doing this. Looking at ways to engage with the general public, for the last year and a half now, we've been working with trying to engage community board members, the general public, through every means that we possibly can, as these proposals were being developed, now that they're in the public stage, and as we go through the process. So, for example, you may see along kiosks, Link NYC. This is a program through the city. We've been running for now a year and a half, trying to get just everyday New Yorkers who will stumble upon it shortly to know where this would be occurring. We've been working with the MTA on subway ads. We've been working with newsletters and trying to get the word out on social media and through email. And that's just to describe general distribution. In addition, we've been working with all 59 community boards and trying to get the word out both on information sessions prior to public review, as well as during the public review session. We've had, as of tonight, well over 140 community board meetings across the city on this proposal. We've met with some community boards 5 and 6 times. I think you all are probably somewhere in that range. And so we've been spending an immense amount of time trying to get the word out about what we're proposing, but I'll note that this is a process. And so the next step in that process is a public hearing tomorrow morning, City Planning Commission. Invite you all, come on down starting at 10 a.m. And you, as the council member staff said, you can sign up at nyc.gov/engage. After that point, this will advance through the City Planning Commission process. The commission may consider modifications to what we've proposed. After that point, it will go to the city council. And so I would encourage you all, as you already have been, working closely with your council member on the proposed modification that you have. I know that Councilmember Wilson has some things that he is better. So I hope that answers, and I know I'll try and keep my responses short.
Thank you, Jared. Next, there's another hand back that way. Eric?
Yeah, on number 11, it said, regarding enable on modern rules for home-based businesses. Is there something that was cut off?
Yeah. That is a typo. Eric, thanks for catching that, and that one too earlier. It was an extra, I was typing the meters in it.
Okay, and my question, is, so if somebody has business in their home, they still be treated as a regular business, so regulation would be the same as if they were in a commercial or manufacturing space?
It's actually more restrictive than if you were in a commercial or manufacturing space, because the way the zoning thinks about this is you have to be a house, a dwelling unit first, and the business activity can only be considered accessory. So the language that's used in the zoning is incidental, and anything more than incidental business activity would be in violation of the zoning.
I'm concerned about enforcement of noise. Because I'm concerned the DEP didn't enforce, but anybody who does not enforce rules.
Eric, when we get to that, instead, should have come to the committee meeting, no offense intended. But when we get to that proposal, I highly recommend, as I'm going to, that we make amendments because of exactly what you're saying. No point to have that discussion with him here because we went through that in committee. I don't mean to be brusque and cut you off, but we have 18 proposals to get those kinds of comments in.
And we make that tonight.
Next, and we're doing it tonight. It has to be passed. We're on the clock. Pat, is that you with your hand?
No.
Francis, your hot question.
Just a question in terms of when it goes tomorrow, time to go wherever.
City plan.
How much turnaround time do they have before we get to the next step in the process?
Sure.
We have 30 days, 60 days, and then.
So next step, public hearing tomorrow. After that point, we will have what we call a post-hearing review session. So the commission and we will discuss a lot of what we heard at the public hearing, or we anticipate. And then we will be talking about possible avenues for the commission to consider modifications to the proposals as to be introduced in October. There will likely be a second post-hearing review session based on the size of this. And after which point, the commission may consider keep doing more hearings, or they may schedule a vote. If they schedule a vote, they will vote on this package of zoning changes, either as introduced or as modified by them. After that point, they send that package over to city council.
And this happens like next year?
This will happen sometime this spring. Oh, so the city council then will have up to, so city council will have up to 50 days after the point at which the city planning commission votes.
Right.
If they introduce modifications, which I would say with absolute certainty they're going to introduce modifications to the council. And that's for 15.
That, a little cleaner and faster.
Sure. So we're looking at late spring for a city council vote.
Very on.
Is there a reason why the city council or city plan, or rather hearings are subsequent to the community report? We've already had the community serve people after city planning and then allow the board representatives to represent their districts or neighbors and whether or not they support the resolution.
I would say it's actually pretty atypical that the hearing is as the city planning commission hearing is as late as it is after the beginning of the process. When it comes to text amendment, it's a period, and then there's the city planning commission hearing. We're at roughly 115 days at this point, or 175 days. So we're over the 50 days. But I hear, so we've had 27 community boards vote so far. There will be more tonight, there will be more in the coming weeks. I can guarantee all of those resolutions are captured into the considerations for the.
But what happens is then you go to the city manager and say, look, your board supported this. And that can influence people that are hearing, where maybe otherwise we have been supported, information from city planning.
Very often. I also brought a similar point up because the work that was done at Borough Board, if there had been an initial dialogue, like if we had done this, but without voting here, taking our committee vote to Borough Board to be able to talk and hear from the other borough boards, the community boards, what they thought. I have a lot of changes, quite frankly, that I'm gonna add that came up at Borough Board because you were all so tired after 4.5 hours that some of the things that we argued about, other boards were like, well, hey, why don't you just ask for this as a modification? We could have cut out 45 minutes of arguing about it.
I would just say it's supposed to come to us, and it goes to the borough president, and it goes to the city council, and back to the planning commission, and then the city council. So that's kind of, I mean, it just seems like we'd be completing the circle over and over and over again if we don't be our opinions from other people. You know, I think we'll just follow the process.
All right, so with that, let's follow the process. Let's get to proposal 1.
Okay, so let's do this. So we're not voting on each of the 18 proposals. The committee has put together a resolution. The committee's put together a single resolution with recommendations to approve or disapprove, some kinds of modifications, sometimes without. And what we need to do is that we're going to amend our recommendation on any of those 18 proposals from what the committee adopted a couple of weeks ago. We need to do it by a straight motion to amend. Here's what I need from anybody who's going to, including our chair, who's going to introduce any kind of amendment. Not what you feel, not what you think it should maybe say, specifically what should the amendment be, so that the board can vote on that amendment, and then we can maybe get ourselves through this resolution.
But that way, I do want to go prop 1, 2, 3, and hear it that way.
But that's what, without debate on each and every one of these
Yeah.
proposals, honestly, we're going to be here another time.
So, yeah, that's fair.
Right?
What does it mean to disapprove modifications? Does that mean you
Okay.
disapprove it
Yeah.
in staff or?
One of the hardest things to explain from the land use committee's perspective, approve, you understand what that means, disapprove, you understand what that means. Approve with modifications, it's more of an attitude. It's kind of like, I use this analogy, like when a teenager asks you if you can borrow car keys, you say, yes, you can borrow the car keys as long as you do this, you get your homework done, you know, make it better. Versus telling a teenager, you're absolutely not taking that car. Might consider it. Do this, that's that. It's kind of the same thing. It's technically different. It's more about the attitudes that we express to the board as a committee. All right, so, modifications on number 1. Ready to, let me change that wording. Any motions to amend with respect to our approval of number 1? Going once, going twice? All right. Number 2, we approved of it. Are there any motions to amend approval on number 2? Awesome. Number 3, we were also in favor and sought to approve proposal number 3. Amendments? Good. Number 4 was a disapprove with modifications. We thought this should not apply to the loading dock rules. It should not apply in mixed use buildings.
Define a mixed use building.
Mixed use building is a building that has both commercial and residential.
Thank you.
Okay, there are, I'd like to propose 2 additional modifications. One, because it does not have any discussions, for example, the community board know local traffic better than anyone. So the required special permit includes findings that consider local traffic as well as any residential uses that exist. So it's kind of in here, but it should say modified that would not apply in mixed use and traffic studies should be done. Require community board review and vote on applications for loading berth reductions for existing buildings. because we don't want micro sites on the street anymore. And require on-site storage for sites that receive loading dock garbage reductions.
That's a good one. That will be the amended language. Listen, I'm not transcribing it down. I'm gonna go back to the YouTube video. I'm gonna figure this resolution out.
We
Yeah,
can take that directly off the borough board.
that's what I figured. So are there any, is there any debate on the motion to amend as our chair? Anybody want to call the question on the question?
Second.
Great, all right. All in favor of the motion to amend? I guess we can do this by acclamation. If you're a no, yourself heard, and recused, with an abstention, saying no, motion passes, sorry.
So this is, write down. And then it's a motion to amend on prop four.
Okay, so proposal number 4 is amended. We're on proposal number 5. Commercial activities on the upper floors. We approved this with several modifications in the resolution.
You're gonna kill me because I wanna change this to a deny unless. There's absolutely no way in existing residential buildings that I would want this to be. One, it gives the opportunity to remove housing, which we already know how we feel about that. However, this does not only apply to new buildings, it applies to old buildings. And while there are stipulations, I happen to live in a building that has technically a separate entrance for the loading dock. You could make that the commercial because they take one elevator and turn it around for like move-ins, move-outs and all that. So that would be the commercial elevator. Nowhere in here does it take into account the pedestrian traffic, which would be above and beyond my request to modify this to a deny unless, that I wanted to add that there has to be, no, this does not take into account any kind of pedestrian or commercial additional traffic into an existing building.
So wait, what would the condition be for the modification?
The condition would be that, there has to be some kind of permitting and study done for additional traffic. Both pedestrian, delivery, vehicular, there shouldn't be a limit to hours. I understand some people work overnight, but if it's in a residential building.
No.
There should be, if it's commercial activity in a residential building, and they see exterior customers, there needs to be a security plan and limited hours in consideration of residential quality of life.
I second that.
Yeah.
Oh, you got hands up.
No, I was gonna do the same thing.
It's fine. Seconding, we still have debate on it. Jill?
Jill?
So one thing that is not addressed in, such as throwing this out, I don't know if you can it, but I agree with everything that you said, is this doesn't address rooftop use, which is different than a conversion.
There's no address.
Doesn't
Rooftop.
rooftop.
One thing very,
Rooftop use?
yes, this was in number 5. If you read the city's, description of number 5, there's a special emphasis on rooftop use that the city wants to encourage as part of making this a 24/7 city. No.
I agree with you. You should exclude roof,
So add that too,
add as a mod to exclude because that's quality of life issues.
Yeah.
You may not.
Proposal should be modified, further modified to exclude rooftop. That's the language.
The required buffer.
Yeah.
They
Not on
would
the-
be, according to this, would be supporting.
Right, and my mod is that it's disapprove unless the
Right.
following modification.
Unless rooftop use is
So,
And only
prohibited.
so motion to amend is to amend our, general feeling to disapprove with conditions, to add the several conditions Tammy mentioned, and also to add, the condition of the proposal be further modified to exclude rooftop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jack?
I'm hearing sentiment, disapprove. We can say that.
The only reason why I didn't, Jeff, honestly, if it was me, I'd say no flat. And because anything that takes housing out of New York, out of residential buildings, I think is not great. Right, we're at a place that we have so many commercial properties that are open, that you have EDC offering tax breaks for 20 years to buildings built before the year 2000. You have commercial buildings like 25 Water, which we just saw, converting to luxury. So why on God's green earth do I want to take residential? That was my stance in the community. I would have been a solid no.
I would say there are a number where we just share. This will be everybody is in hard. I think that there were aspects of the proposal that people didn't like. That's why there's approval conditions, but that's just factually the sense of the committee was. I'll just give you the high signs.
It's all your question and.
Yeah.
So second.
So, we'll do this, motion to amend by acclamation as well. We'll assume you're a yes unless, raise your hand and tell us you're a no. Or raise your hand and tell us you abstain. Raise your hand and tell us you accuse. Seeing none, that motion to amend passes. All right.
And just as a personal note, I hope this brings chaos in city council.
Okay. Just that aspect.
Yes.
Okay. Number 6, we were going to approve. Any amendments? Great. 7,
Oh, we, as to 6, what's missing from here, we did discuss and exclude Governor's Island from modification to use groups to preserving intent of Newburgh.
does everyone understand what?
Approve with modifications to say we're excluding Governor's Island.
Yeah, so this community board has worked very hard to get concessions about the uses on Governor's Island. We want to see this change that.
Yeah.
Planning to confirm in writing to us that this is not meant to and will not do that.
So
But also include that as modification within a resolution. That's what Tammy's mentioned. So, any other amendments to the modifications? Okay, so with that, that's number 6. All right, so, can I get a motion? Yes. In a second?
Second.
All right, so, again, unless, we'll assume you're a yes, unless you raise your hand and say no. You raise your hand and say you are abstaining. Raise your hand and say you're recused. All right, seeing none, motion to amend number 7, you're disapproved to clarify.
No modification.
Agriculture, we were just hard.
Without no agriculture in
A hard no on that. For a lot of reasons that I'm sure all you've heard, when we spent hours on this.
Call the question.
Yeah.
We don't need to call the question.
Oh, just no. Okay.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Okay. 8 was an approval with modifications. This is to give life sciences. Row. All right, I'm hearing groundswell of minutes there.
I have one question, city planning.
Question?
Life sciences in residential buildings and your potential commercial conversions. In your residential that you're allowed to, in your enabling commercial activity on upper floors, does that allow life science companies on those upper floors? Sure.
But we don't want it
So is
to.
there space
I would
in
go,
for life sciences?
I'm trying to think through the other regulations. So
I thought there was a max on the.
it depends on the zoning district. So within C5 and C6 districts in much of lower Manhattan, where you would have a residential building or a building with residences, let's say, Proposal 5 could allow any commercial use that could include a commercial laboratory. I cannot think of any circumstance under which that would happen, but that doesn't mean that the zoning wouldn't allow it. So
Correct. So I think an amendment where we exempt residential buildings from life science companies.
yeah, that life sciences companies cannot locate in a residential. building.
Cannot be located in a residential.
So that's what we amend on number 8.
No, life sciences, I don't think it does. Life sciences companies.
It's labs.
It's lab. And a life sciences underwriter.
Right, motion amendment has been made and seconded. Um,
I don't think it includes doctors.
I don't think it does.
Does it?
There is a gray area with community facilities. You can conduct research in a community facility, which are allowed as of right anywhere. But they are not for commercial purposes. That's the distinction.
That answers that.
Doctors
Clear for once.
Okay.
They are not.
We're not prohibiting non-surgical offices in residential.
You are not, it would not prohibit a doctor's office, but something like a Quest Diagnostics could be considered a laboratory.
What
So-
about like City MD?
City MD would be considered a doctor's office, most likely. It is a fine line. It's not a clear black and white distinction. I would say that.
And a commercial.
Questions or things, can you interact with this?
Well, I mean, it's not very clear.
Just
It's not doctor's offices, it's laboratories.
Lab, as in research
I
lab.
think that's-
Research distinction.
Yeah. So doctor's offices, very clearly community facility use. A Quest Diagnostics could be considered a commercial laboratory. And you could do nonprofit research as a community facility use in the university hospital setting. The place where that blood gets taken after it's drawn from you could be gone, could go to a commercial. Probably not, because the use of the overall space is as a doctor's office. The laboratory component is what the zoning would consider to be excessive.
Okay.
Yeah. These things, it's a good question, just to try and assuage your concern on it. Do not think that
I mean, there are safety requirements available. There's lots of things.
All right, Jeff,
So we have a,
it was asked and answered because he said no. And the amendment was called and seconded.
So, do this one by acclamation as well. I'm assuming you're a yes, unless you tell us you're no. Or you recuse? No. Your nose? Wait, I'm sorry, any abstentions? I'll abstain, so sure.
Coleman and Galloway. And
No abstain? Any recusals? All right, that amendment carries. On to number 9, supporting nightlife with common sense rules for weekends. We were hard on that. Oh, I don't remember amendments.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 10, create more opportunities for amusements to locate. We were disapproved of modifications. We see the modification that's there. Hopefully, it doesn't have a reason why the YouTube video, which is that we don't want to be too broad and permit things that could be good for parents and families or a smaller step. But
this also needs the Governor's Island use group note on it, please, just in case.
This is 10.
Right, and it's a disability class. And, at Borough Board, just so everybody knows, indoor amusement facilities should conform to existing height and bulk regulations, was a condition that was met. Wrong. Yeah, at Borough Board, indoor amusement facilities should conform to existing height and bulk regulations. Was a friendly mod.
right, so with for 2 amendments, any others? Wait, there's 2.
Yeah, Governor's Island and then.
Governor's Island.
I can vote yes. Okay, can I get a motion on those amendments?
Motion to do.
Second, all right.
Just.
We'll assume everyone's in favor, let's tell us from now. Recusals, abstentions, hearing none, motion to amend passes. Right, number 11, again, there's a typo in the chart here, last this proposal further sheet model 2 coming out. This was a disapproved modification. Any amendments?
So I would like to amend that the home occupation be capped at 500 feet. I think 1,000 is excessive.
500 is existing, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be okay if we had to negotiate that down somewhere, but I think 1,000 after is excessive, and I think this also goes to, I'm gonna read for the board, things that came up at Borough Board that were really interesting.
Can we just keep it to the amendments so we all have a
These are the amendments. These are the amendments. I'm sorry. Number of visitors to a building should be limited via limitations to the hours and the number of clients and deliveries per week that can visit the home business.
Yeah.
Notification requirement to neighbors that a home business has been established. Establish a mediation system similar to the MEND disputes initiative that resolves disputes regarding nightlife establishments for neighbors and business owners to resolve disputes regarding nuisances like noise and smoke, etc. Limit the number of employees to 3 and the total number of people in the department to 5.
That's in.
Yeah, that's, okay, that's ours up there, okay. Sorry, home-based business locations should be considered primary residences, which then prevents somebody from buying another apartment specifically to use for a home-based business.
Yeah.
There should be a cap on the number of home-based businesses within any individual residential building. And restrict co-op and condo unit combinations for home business expansions.
And rentals.
Say the last one again.
Restrict co-op and condo unit combinations for home business expansions.
Doesn't that fly in the face of co-op rules and really you govern itself?
I don't know, or set recommendations or something. We can get rid of that one if that one's, but I think all the others sort of seem really reasonable.
I think it's very important to limit the number, if we're going to disapprove modifications to physically, but limit the number of such businesses that can be residential units. As I previously stated, I'm concerned that this payment clause has to go up.
I think that is one of the modifications.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Amendments. Tim suggesting the. Character from.
Yeah, okay.
So everything Tammy just read, proposed, it was, carried forth that the borough proposing as amended here, except, as I understand it, the last piece about condo co-op.
Correct. Correct.
Jen.
Jeff, can you speak up, please?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into it.
So
I want to. But there are a lot of people like me, there are a lot of employees who almost have to work at least one day a week, this week.
But that's not a whole business.
That's not the same, Jeff.
If you work,
It's not, but I am, lots of people are self-employed and work at home. We used to go out and get office. My only office is that.
Is there a difference between a home office, in other words, I'm a professional, so all my clients are out there, they don't need to see me build it in a business?
Nope.
Okay.
What you do in the zoning is considered a home occupation.
That's what I was told.
Regulations.
And I thought I was clear under zoning, but I'm not clear under pen, the pen, families. unless I got permission from my landlord. I mean, how am I going to determine how many are in there? You're not registering your own offices with your landlord. I think those additional amendments from the borough board are basically very restrictive on people who want to control, especially if it's on.
Only if they have, 3 employees or more.
No, that's.
It says, yeah, if you have 3 employees and having a mediation system, I didn't think was controversial for complaints for nuisance to the quality of life and neighbors.
But how are, right now, it's not many. We have to put in those regulations. It becomes other people's things. We're going to have to somehow register with your landlord or your co-op, if you have a home office, submit the mediation if the neighbor doesn't like. I think if you wait.
Well, if you generate enough of a nuisance that they have to report it somewhere because they have no enjoyment with quality of life.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that if they don't like him for some reason, they can report him.
I mean, one works.
Yeah.
Right, so.
One doesn't, I don't have to register with my landlord.
Right.
And my neighbor has a whole office, all of a sudden that puts them over the window. Or says, there's a deal, and I can't have my.
Well, well, that would be 4 employees, including himself working.
But it didn't say that.
That's the maximum, that's not the minimum.
3 employees plus the young.
It's the max.
It's the max. But the regulations, so I can get one person.
So a solo, to Jeff's point, subject to all the additional regulations that the borough board resolution.
I mean, that's the whole idea of this text amendment. Is it like easier or or doing all these things, we want to make the city go, not that they affect parties.
But at the same time, you don't want to be living in a residential building and have 10 apartments on the floor, all running businesses with people coming in and out all day and all hours of the day and night. If you live in a residential.
But that's covered already typically by the condo boards.
Rentals.
Very engaging. Jessica, for one at a time, please, Jessica, or a little bit more.
Wait, I can't hear you.
I mean, to be generating, this is very, this, stating my opposition to the. I think, you know, idea is to make it easier to have someone that's not hard. The borough board, and that's regularness to it. I think the borough board that additional, amendments go too far together. I have no problem with the ones that are resolution current store.
Patrick, can we call that?
You can't leave. No leaving, no leaving.
Yeah, because we're at 25 now.
We got, guys, we got to move through. Okay. And I'll second it. All right. So with that, the motion to amend is to include all of the borough board amendments except for the one about condo co-op expansions. And folks will state their opinion. So with that, why don't we go by acclamation if we can. We'll assume you're a yes unless you raise your hand and say you're a no.
Raise your hand, no.
Yeah. That's pretty close. All right. 1, 2, 3.
So, Lyons is a no, Forsberg is no, Coleman is no, Kucha no, Chang no, Grayson no, who's behind, Sung Vera no, Mitch no, Moore no, and Galloway no, Curtis no.
Curtis, no, and that's 13, no, I count.
Oh, I saw a number.
14.
Yeah.
All right, so move on.
All right, so that motion to amend failed. All right,
It's still.
it reads as it does in the resolution. It just does not have any additional conditions.
It passes.
No, it stays at 1,000 square feet.
Which, by the way, whether it's supposed to come or not, Borough Board's already proposed it and passed it, so it's going to be communicated in some way. Number 12, introduce corridor design rules and ensure buildings contribute to their surroundings. This was approved with a request for clarification about how it would apply in special districts like Battery Park City. Any amendments on this one?
No, just a question as to why they were saying that. They just wanted to see if it applied to Battery Park City because it's state land. What was the reasoning?
It was a question
It's a
raised.
special zoning district. Battery Park City Authority. Capital land is a special zoning district distinct from other districts.
So does it apply is the question?
It doesn't.
It does not.
We are saying it should not.
Okay, I'm good with that. I think they're.
Okay. There any slight chance it would be 13, 14, 13 through 18, which are straight approved to disapproved? Okay.
Charlton.
I'm sorry, this last one, I know it's done, Borough Board already approved. Why was the Borough Board voting before we were?
Then.
Timing to the meetings. Timing of the meeting. That's the only way and. Keep
So,
going.
number 13. Number 13 is approved. Are there any amendments?
Did we have anything on 13? I mean, on 12?
No, I
Nope.
had a question.
That was the question, the clarification back from Steve.
Call the question. Second.
Any motion to amend on 13? Any motion to amend on 14? Yes, sir.
Micromobility, distribution facilities, that is, I'm assuming like also bike, bike delivery and last mile delivery. Does take up a wide, do why, and provide that. They take into consideration, finding the infrastructure surrounding.
Did it come up? What?
Didn't come up, but we've been working very closely with DOT on this and in making sure that we're thinking holistically with the program that they have and how this might be useful.
That was 14, right? Any amendments on 15? Cool. Any amendments on 16? How about 17?
Yeah.
17 disapproved, but, what say?
17 is rationalizing the waiver process for business adaptation and growth. We can go straight disapprove on that.
No comment.
So no motion?
No motion.
Great. 18, final one, create new kinds of zoning districts for future job, I will tell you that the committee kind of went back and forth on that.
Sorry, I missed one. On 15, add just require community board review and vote on application of non-residential uses on residential campuses.
Yeah.
Second.
Yeah.
Sorry, here. It is required, this is for the allowing residential campuses to include commercial space. Again, not necessarily our district, but required community board review and vote on application of non-residential uses on residential campuses. Home rule.
Right. That's the motion to amend. It was made, seconded, assuming you're yes, let's tell them right now that you're no. And refuses an abstention, hearing none, that passes. How about on 18, any amendments? Nope. Great. Now we got vote on the resolution as now amended. Okay.
Can we go back to nation?
I think at this point, I could safely say we could vote by acclamation on that one. Less.
Let's do vote by affirmation on the entire Megillah as amended. We are not going over the Megillahs at this point. All right, so are there any opposed?
Shoot him.
No, this is all.
Thank you, Pat.
Yes, happy.
Thanks.
Application to amend.
Wait, look,
Passed.
Sarah.
All right.
Proposal vote to amend 11 passed.
Yeah,
So
we
it's
have,
13 to 20, 13 to 29 is enough. Yeah, it did not pass. Okay, let's move on to the next.
Transportation,
Joe,
can't leave.
Joe, hang on. This is congestion pricing, Joe.
Joe, this one.
Okay. Jess, this is daylight and congestion pricing.
Okay.
This one's easy, yes.
Yeah, daylighting is easy. We brought this up last week.
Can you speak louder?
We have a mic. We do, but you have to speak out loud.
I'll talk louder.
We can give him a mic, but he has to be able to speak for the cameras here. So my advice is if you're in the back of the room, move forward.
Yes.
It's more important for us to hear since we're voting.
Move closer. There aren't that many people, we can move closer.
That is hard because like.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the above
We
one.
get one.
Eat it.
Move closer, we can be faster.
It's the whole row right in front of the podium.
Get it, Jess?
Okay, daylighting, we have a slide. We talked about the new business a little bit last week, last month. Quickly explain here the slide.
Slide,
Yeah, it takes 10 seconds because it gets the word slide.
Okay. So if you remember, daylighting is just, it's a street intervention to remove obstructions right near crosswalks, in order to increase visibility. Next slide. Just to illustrate why this is an issue, state law makes it illegal to park within 20 feet of a crosswalk, but the city has exempted itself from that, creating the present issue. Next slide. Here's just an example, you've probably seen it all over the place, up there in the left corner there, that's an example of daylighting, there are all kinds of interventions that are used. DOT has announced that they're going to daylight 1,000 intersections every year, which created the question of which we would like to have daylighted in our district. Slide. This is just an example showing where injuries and death are reported at intersections in our district. There are a lot of them. So yes, so we took up the question of which location should get priority. Next slide. Instead of looking at, taking intersection by intersection, we decided to look at already existing frameworks for identifying dangerous intersections. So this is one example. These are senior pedestrian zones that have already been identified as areas where there's a high population of seniors who, next slide, you can see are much more likely to be killed if they're hit by a car, which is should be obvious, but yes. Next. This is another example of a framework for identifying locations in our district. Intersections that are identified under the Vision Zero program. There are several within our district. See here, next slide. So we have a pretty simple resolution just saying that we support daylighting generally and have indicated a few areas that we would like DOT to prioritize in identifying daylighting locations. Any questions?
all the questions. Second.
Quick question is, does on the, therefore, be it, further resolved, the last one, the DOT for pedestrian priority area that's met for the Brooklyn Bridge, Broadway, the battery water proceeds, does that include the really crappy section that's Pearl Street as it goes underneath the Brooklyn Bridge between Frankfurt/Dover and
That we're talking about.
that's where all the spaghetti of the off ramps come together and it's like.
Yeah, I don't know, because you have to look at what they're identifying. There is a pedestrian priority area, you'd have to see if that's included. He's specking the stuff that's specifically in there.
If we could
That's Pearl and
specifically add it, Pearl, Frankfurt, all the way through to, Avenue of the Finest.
Right.
That will raise the intersection, and when you consider the senior mobility.
Okay, just, that's an intersection you want to add.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Now, Alta Rosa, question was called, Jared.
Yeah. I think a thousand needed a year, or they can get one. It doesn't. Not. Five of them. Yeah, however many, yeah.
Yes, because we could be here for another hour as we pick another 25 intersection operators.
I do that. DOT is much better equipped to do that. And they're already using certain frameworks, so it's good, but they're probably not going to. Giving them priorities is a much more efficient way to go.
This is the way that we support areas that have already said are a problem, and we can weed out what's there. You get where I'm going there? All right, it was called, it was seconded. We're going by affirmation. And I'm sorry, I'm cranky, I'll drink my tea. Are there any opposed? Are there? Two.
Name.
Four as opposes. Any other opposition? Great. Are there any abstentions?
Galloway abstains.
Galloway abstains.
Brown Kennedy abstains.
Brown Kennedy abstains. Gotcha.
Yeah, abstains also.
And Kucha abstains. Okay. No recusals, motion passes. Jess.
Okay, bear with me now, okay?
Be fun.
Bear with me. This is, all right. Congestion pricing. There were. So as you know, as I mentioned last month, the Traffic Mobility Review Board came out with their recommendations on the toll rates, credits, exemptions, and over the public comment period. So we took it up as a committee, just on the question of the recommendations, if we wanted to modify the recommendations at all, add anything. This was not a vote on whether we like congestion pricing or we want to overturn the legislation. It was a vote on the recommendation. So we went back through all the past CB1 resolutions to see what we have said in the past on congestion pricing. You can see them all there. Exemption for residents of the congestion zone, no exemption for government vehicles, or higher vehicles in certain instances, variable tolling, reduced toll for motorcycles, exemption for moped shared services, and credits for the bridges and tunnels in order to remove the incentive for toll traffic. Turns out the recommendations from the Traffic Mobility Review Board include all of those things except for the resident exemption. So let me explain what happens here, okay?
Yeah.
The committee, we only identified one other change that we would want to make to the recommendations. There is, in the legislation, there is an exemption for people making less than $60,000 who adjusted gross income, who live in the district. That is included as a tax credit in the law. We thought that it should be an upfront exemption, that they should not have to pay it and then just get it as a tax credit. That was the other change that we included. We went to a vote on that change and the resident exemption. That resolution failed because certain individuals were against congestion pricing altogether, I believe. It was, we're not voting on any of the recommendations. But others were against the resident exemption, including myself. One of the reasons was because of these existing protections that are already in the recommendations for residents, including the fact that the toll is only going to be charged upon entering the zone. There was concern about whether or not you'd be charged for driving within the zone or remaining in the zone. That's not in there. There is the low income exemption for residents, and there's also a separate discount for people with even lower incomes. And also just the fact that it's a very large exemption for something that is meant to reduce congestion. So that fails, but without the resident exemption.
Point of
With the
information,
resident exemption.
if I may, is it what failed was the upfront credit or
What
the
failed was
entire exemption?
including that change on the upfront and the resident exemption.
The complete resident exemption.
Yes. Right. We then went to another vote, removing the resident exemption. So,
And just keeping what's here now.
right, that's the resolution you have here. That's passed. We'll get there. Just explain it. So we now have a resolution that the only change is to recommend this change to the tax credits. And
Two things. One, I want to strike the entire whereas that starts with including an exemption for residents of the CBD at risks unraveling the program.
Yeah.
no surprise there.
Because saying that says the way it's worded is counterintuitive to the existing protections for residents. So you're saying an exemption for residents unravels the program, and yet they've already included it. So it's contradictory. I understand you're missing the word all residents, and I don't care. I want that entire paragraph struck. And personally, I think there should be a exemption for residents. If we don't want to say all residents, because if you make $300,000, you can afford it, then I think that there should be a sliding scale of income base for the people who live here. Because I do think adding any extra burden to anyone, 60 is a nice road, but I don't think they went far enough. I think they should be exempt flat out, not after 10 trips. I think under 60,000 should be exempt, period. Because you are making people choose between food and. But you can't, if you live in the district and you happen to be in affordable housing, or I'm really grandfathered here, if you're not making X number of dollars and you're required to use a car for work, whatever reason, whatever, I don't care what the reason. I think the income band of 60 is one thing. I think there should be a second income band. I personally think everybody in the district should have been left off. But if I'm not going to get that at the board, I definitely think there should be another band of discount and exemption. I think that it's too low. I think you can't live in this district without struggling if you get $100,000. Hey, quiet back there. I think $100,000, you're still struggling to live in the district. So yeah, I appreciate all the work you guys did at the committee, but your committee is very,
Excuse the one side.
We fully expected for this to happen.
So are you making a friendly amendment or unfriendly amendment, Tammy?
my friendly amendment was to strike that whereas altogether,
second that.
because it talks about,
I would second
it
that,
discounts
too.
all of that. And then the other one is to add I believe that the residents should be fully exempt.
Yeah.
And if not, then I think there needs to be an income band at 100 and 150. Because I think it's a lot of money and there is no cap.
Yeah.
There is no cap to where this is going, and it could be in 6 months, 8 months, they could change it instead of $23. They could say it's now 40, and that's untenable.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not gonna go into all that, just to say I would go with the income bands because there's not gonna be a resident exemption. Because as is in that whereas that's now supposed to be stricken. If you put in a resident exemption, because there are revenue goals here, and we discussed in the committee, it's going to lead to a much higher base.
Just about the MTA's revenue goals. I
And in
worry
mind.
about teacher, the state.
The law is the law, we can't change that anymore.
Well, we can ask to.
The second,
Was my amendment seconded is the
Yeah,
question?
yes, yeah.
But what's the amendment? Are we going?
My amendment is to strike that clause and add an additional,
Which clause it is?
this one.
including an exemption for residents of the CB risks unraveling the program. Okay, there's no documentation or reporting attached to it, it's opinion based. And B, if you're saying any exemption for any residents is bad, then it doesn't go with the therefore be it resolved, where there is already a residential exemption for less than 60. So I think there should be, that one should come out, and I think that there should be an additional residents of the district with adjusted gross incomes below $100,000 should qualify for exemption.
Exemption, and I would even go further and put on a second one that says that put it in the income bands.
I don't feel comfortable saying $100,000, but like, we don't know anybody needs their finances. We say $300,000 a lot. This is New York City. So I think.
$100,000 is not a lot in New York City.
But that's the point.
Yeah.
Saying this, then like stop it at 100.
Then
150.
say that there should be income.
Bands, I'd like income bands.
With lowered pricing.
As you go, yeah.
Sure. I guess if I.
Kelly, what, you just had recommended an amendment for an income, for,
Mitch, Mitch,
I'm sorry.
Mimi, and then Jared. I'm sorry, Jess, you're behind I'm sorry, stand.
Bringing them, hold on a second.
Wait.
Can I just talk? So bringing up the specific amount is a really good point though, because if you say 100,000 in 20 years, that's gonna be nothing.
Yeah.
Like if we could say something like, if we have like a ratio of some sort, that would be useful.
You can base it on AMI.
Yeah.
A percentage of AMI, actually, yeah. 165% of AMI is the top of middle income, according to the affordable housing chart. So if you put it.
People are not recognized this, could but I will add that over to the beginning.
Thank you.
So I have to wait because other people have gone, it's going to be more, Derek.
I recognize that we were not catching the law, but one of the things that's maybe personally uncomfortable about all of this, for the contrary nature of the definition of that. I realize that we can understand that's more than 77 problem. And I understand we're not.
It is far, far from the show. I mean, this is.
Let me finish, don't interrupt.
Can't accept that regarding, you think there should be some sort of sentence-based. It might be before you kind of taking the various AMI and looking for self-certification.
You say across the board discount?
I think it's you already have to pay enough across the whole to get it home. For whatever reason that may be, it could be personal company, it could be work. You visit the girl in the hospital in New Jersey, whatever it may be. It's just additional. Actually, I think the application.
So make it, what are you suggesting as long as it does
a big, like I said, percentage-based credits, where that is, whatever discounts are already, but, sorry, central business district, whatever the process.
I was going to say, building on that sentence, and I raised this at the committee level, but since this congestion pricing scheme is supposed to be based on the I'll say no, it's supposed to be based on the London model, Jared, to your point, the London residents in the central business district pay 10%, pay 10% of the total, it's 90% the same.
But yeah, and Patrick, as we discussed in committee though, in London, you pay, no matter, you take your car out, you pay immediately, you pay within the zone, you do not pay only upon entering.
I'm just saying, talking about a percentage, there is one way to tie it in.
It does have to be 10%.
Yeah, and again, just to be clear, it has to raise $1.5 billion a year.
Not all that stuff.
And I understand, but if the second the bigger the exemption is, the larger the tolls have to be elsewhere, and that has a cascading effect that will create all kinds of toll shopping and.
Jeff is next.
Just putting that out.
Jeff?
All right, so I agree with your basic point that having additional exemptions will raise the toll for whoever else has to pay. And I also agree with your assessment that we're unlikely to get it. However, my comment deals with the exemption that's already in there for residents that is driving within zone doesn't generate toll. That's except we didn't even about didn't get clarification. You get that clarification because you do have to go out of the zone. But we drive it.
Exactly. Westby's not the zone, it is the zone, and Zach, me and Zach got clarification. And I can explain how they're.
But you can, hold on, we're in front of the room. Joe, I'm super sorry, we're trying to go. Again, if you've already spoken, we're not going to call you again. And at this point, we may be killing reports. So, Mariama.
I think that there's a way to do it. The exemption for the people, the upfront exemption for the people below 60,000 should be reinstated because there are a number of people who are social services and therefore not required to report income tax. And so this would be forcing them to have to file a return, whereas they otherwise would not. Rosa, and this is in London. In London, they have free healthcare.
Yeah, I think so.
We are now to pay with progressive pricing to get to the hospital. And the one hospital in so, but Israel is spreading the closure. So we're gonna have to go out of this. Stop. Rosa.
I just wish that everybody felt so deep about this, went to the damn committee to make all these comments so that we are not held hostage here this long. This is really late and it is unfair to all of us to have to redo all of this conversation when it should be done in the appropriate committee. So please, everybody, see what's going on.
The committee is skewed to one side. It's not,
Stop.
Sorry.
You now cannot be recognized for comments like that. Wait.
Okay.
Justine, is it something brand new?
It's just calling the question based on the changes you made and adding that the sliding scale be 165% of AMI. I'm throwing that out there. I want to be done with the discussion.
Discount for residents.
Up to 165% of AMI. It's a motion to amend.
It's a motion to amend, we can take it to a vote. All right,
I know.
all right. Richard, you were in, not spoken. And then we'll get back.
So there's been some discussion and articles written about the potential pollution impact on the communities that is closest to the two highways. Was there discussion in the committee about how, or if we could address and should address that?
No, we didn't discuss that.
Well,
Do you have an amendment you'd like to make to this resolution?
Yes.
In consideration of environmental concerns?
yes, I would like to propose that we require an environmental study of the potential impact and mitigation proposals.
That they decided they were supposed to do it.
And the environmental impact study says it would have an increased effect on the east side.
Are there mitigation proposals in there?
No.
Then I would like to have that.
Not the lower impact.
Then that's what I would request. Mitigation plans for the environmental impacts.
Environmentally impacted area. That seems, I mean, they've admitted there's impacts around Brooklyn Bridge, so that should not be, and in Battery Park City, that should be unique to it.
Sure, yeah, but the other one was.
The other one is discount for residents who make up to 165% AMI.
That one.
We can't take a vote on that one. You're good. Okay, so this is gonna be a vote to amend, which was called and seconded, to remove that one whereas, because it conflicts with the rest where you are giving a discount, add a discount for residents who make up to 165% of AMI.
Keeping what they put in already.
Keeping everything else except those two changes. Jess has also agreed to that the TDTA should create mitigation plans for environmentally impacted areas as well. Right? Okay, so we're gonna assume everybody's, Mitch.
Okay, just, I wanted to make one other amendment, but
what was it?
What Richard just said, there's already a lawsuit exactly doing what he said.
But it doesn't, lawsuit's not us.
Okay, so I wanted, if this wouldn't pass the committee, the way the committee's formed, the transportation committee, but I wanted to bring it up. When you guys walk home to Battery Park City or anywhere, if anybody's going home to Avenue A and 10th Street, there's no traffic right now. It's not the central business district. So I would propose to follow the bus lane thing where, 7 to 7, 8 to 6, Monday through Friday, there shouldn't be any congestion pricing. If it's really just about congestion and not a tax on the working people,
nights and weekends, the same as the buses, because when we walk out, there's no.
There is diversified pricing based on hours.
It's a discount. I'm saying that, just like you can't ride in the bus lane Monday through Friday from 7 to 7, and then nights after 7 PM, and on weekends, you can. And I'm saying, I think we should follow that, because it's cruel to have somebody.
So
you
you're
have to
saying
take the time-
outside of the high zones, there should be no fees? Outside, there shouldn't be an overnight fee?
It shouldn't be 20, if it's really about congestion, it should not be 24/7.
It's not.
I know that, but I'm playing devil's
It
advocate.
shouldn't be 24/7 tolling. There should be no tolling when there is no congestion.
Right, but the thing is, I would say to follow the bus lane, the bus lanes are 7 to 7, I think.
Yeah, I'm not.
Depends on the area.
It depends on the area, so
Okay,
it's
so
not fair.
Monday through Friday, pick a time in the morning to a time in the
They
evening.
did pick one based on extensive traffic modeling, not just our hunch about what it is.
I'm sorry, but it's,
They did that. The only thing is that they told all the time.
I know
They
that.
told higher and lower. So you're saying that the lowest points have no tolling.
There should be, right, like late at night, so at 3 o'clock in the morning, if some visiting nurse has to go to my mother's house, and she's coming from Brooklyn, she can.
I'm saying, it's just a yes question. You're saying a yes or no.
Not-
We're saying there should be no tolling during off-peak hours.
Yes, nights and weekends.
Just so everyone knows that.
Especially-
The current on-peak toll is less than a subway ticket, so.
Okay, so he's made a motion about that. We're gonna have to take two separate ones.
I would say yes.
Take this one separately, because I don't want
So
to take
this
the
is
others.
the first one that is about the discount up to 165 and striking the thing. Well, and then the second amendment we're gonna have to vote on is the, zero cost on off-peak hours.
So that's the third one.
Off-peak or
No, that's
overnight.
accepted. The accepted group.
It's an amendment. He wasn't happy with it.
Well, that's Tammy's amendment.
Okay. All right, so the first two amendments before you, you're gonna vote, we're gonna take the two amendments together, you can say yes or no. And keep in mind, we still have another committee, we may strike reports, two committees, we may strike reports altogether. So we can get out of here because it's 10 o'clock. All right, so it was called, it is seconded, we're gonna go by acclamation. If you are a no to either one of these amendments to congestion pricing resolution, please raise your hand for opposition. Cody, which part? Lyon. Lyon is a no on two amendments.
Ditto.
Coleman is a no on two amendments. Chang. On two amendments.
Me too.
And Galloway. A no on both amendments. Are there any, are there any abstentions? Blank abstains on both? Great. Are there any?
Brown Kennedy abstains on both.
Kennedy abstains. You're abstaining on which one, Patrick? 165. The 165, but you're a yes for the zero cost for off hours.
No.
And a no for that.
Oh,
Okay. Corman.
I'm a no on zero costs.
Corman is a no on zero. Shear is a no on zero. Lerner?
No, no, yes.
You're a no to the 165 and a yes for zeros. Or you're a yes for,
For the second amendment.
Which is.
and you're for the first one too, I thought. You said.
Yes.
Never mind, he's a yes. Okay, so motion, both motions.
Okay.
One of my clients that I work with.
Okay. Forsberg recuses, motion passes, both amendments. Now, for the full congestion pricing with everything in here, the whole Megillah. And then a thank you to Jessamine Committee because it's brutal work that they do, so thank you. It's a vote of affirmation. Are there any opposed to the amendment, to the resolution? Oh, we asked to call and say.
Oh, I call it.
Second. Great. Are there any opposed to the resolution? Coleman opposes. Lyon opposes. Chang opposes. Hearing no other opposition, are there any abstentions to the blank abstains?
Brown Kennedy abstains.
Brown Kennedy abstains and Forsberg recuses. Galloway abstains. And Forsberg recuses. Motion passes. Thank you. Next committee. All right.
I just want to make an announcement that they do want us out of here at 10:30. It's, minutes after 10.
All right.
So if we can fly.
I actually have to, here, hold on a second, Susan, hold on, you may be, Jason, come here, please.
Oh, he's next?
No, he's right out of the road, up here.
Okay.
Justine is all reports, and Justine's reports are not gonna happen tonight, I'm sorry. She had 20 minutes worth of reports.
No, I cut it down to 7. It
I
took
will
me
tell-
days to put this together. Okay.
We will send them all, everybody on the board reporting to the Battery Park City meeting. Please show up in environmental protection. It is really important. I'm sorry, Justine.
I know the things.
All right.
You have 2 licensing permits?
There were no vote. It was called and seconded. It's going by application, all in favor. So are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? Are there any recusals? Licensing passes unanimously. Thank you. Jason, take us home.
Okay.
It's 10:06.
We have slides?
I have a resolution.
You have a resolution?
The last one in the pack.
Okay, so please come stand up here. You're the last one, right after Jason.
Okay.
So. Marty?
It should take, Susan.
Only 10 slides while Jason's talking, don't stop.
315 Greenwich, new storefront on the Dwayne, is that Reed Street? On the Reed Street? Well, okay, so that's a new storefront there on that building, and we also did not approve of them taking off the original fire balcony, so we'll see if the commission agrees with that. Next one is, the building where Zuto is. They covered up their vault lights 100 years ago, and LPC staff wrote into the permit an idea that they would be able to possibly salvage these pieces that you see in this picture and reinstall them, which was just a bad piece of judgment, I believe, by staff, because that's just not a reasonable thing. It's impossible. And in light of the fact that they've been covered for 30 years, we didn't feel like it was necessary, we felt it was okay to strike that scope of work from the permit. Governor's Island, new lighting, on the spa building, a building that has like a little mini quad on campus that faces, the East River. And so that shows the lighting posts that they want to put around the pool for safety. It was an oversight that we knew something that required, by, OSHA or some other person that they didn't check in with when they designed this stuff. So they're coming back to have that. And then there's also 2 ramps being installed. And they're really modest in their design. And they don't seem to, destroy any of the original fabric of the buildings. This we saw last month. It's a through block building on Reed Street, 2 buildings, Reed Street and Chambers. We had taken issue with the fact that they did not mock up the roof build, when they're building a roof. They did that. We have some photos showing the visibility. It's minimal. They're not asking to put, new apartments on top of these buildings and all this kind of stuff. They're just adding a very modest bulkhead up there to give some roof access. And maybe that's it. Is there another one? I think that's the last one.
That's it. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, can we take all of the landmarks together?
Yes.
Okay, if you do not agree with anything that's in here, then you can raise your hand and I'll take a different vote. I need somebody to call. And we'll go by affirmations. Are there any in opposition?
I'm in opposition to the last one.
So which one is that?
4,
Okay.
83 and 85 chambers, really one development.
This should be covered now.
Okay,
Opposition Governor's Island.
Hold on.
that is here.
Where's clear?
Forsberg is in opposition to 83, 85 chambers. Spears opposition to governors. Anybody else have their hand up in opposition? Meltzer, for 83, 85 chambers. Anybody else for anything else? And I abstain on governors. Okay, see, are there any abstentions, any recusals? You have to abstain on governors, don't you? Fantastic. So motion's passed. Thank you very much unanimously. Andrew, you are the last one to take us home. If you like being in this room, you know why? They kick us out. Go.
So last resolution in the package, waterfront parks and cultural. Essentially, this is a resolution that reiterates board support for placing a plus pool or other such in-river swimming facility on the east side of Community District 1. Pretty straightforward resolution, I guess. Remember this. Question?
So, wait, last one opposition, what was the opposite?
If I recall, correctly, it was because we don't have information such as total cost, where funding's coming from, other anything that requires infrastructure, river, just lack of complete details.
Second. Awesome. This is roll. I've got to do roll call. I'm begging you to be quiet while we do it. Blank.
Yes. Wait. Okay, okay. Are you gonna talk about the motion?
Megan Brown Kennedy.
Brown County votes yes.
Okay. Because, so is mine. Chang. Chapman. Cole. Oh, yes. Cole.
Yes.
Foreman.
Norman, yes.
Gupta. Flores. Lynn.
Yes.
Forsberg.
Recuse.
Friedman.
Friedman, yes.
Froman.
Yes.
Galloway. Goodkind. Grayson. James. James. Canal. No. Yes. Lewinson.
Lewinson, yes.
Lyon. Meltzer, yes. Inslee. Moore. Story.
Robinson, yes.
Fear. No. Son, Vera. Yes.
Wait, you skipped me. It's Laura. I vote yes.
Okay, Son. Vera, yes.
Yes.
Thompson.
Thompson, yes.
I'm almost there, guys. Chill out. Zelter. Zelter, yes. Human Strong, correct?
Yeah, he left.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, everybody.
Tammy, you forgot to call Cameron.
I volunteer to eat the food.
I volunteer to eat. Tammy, you forgot to call Cameron.